believe it's not only myself, everybody else has it, is also not be able to hear.
Yes, Mr. Brown, all of us.
Yeah, it's true. Leadership, she is badly broken.
Okay, is it better now, honorable members?
Much better, Chair, much better, thank you.
Your
I've
sound,
tried
Shana.
to change the budget.
Yeah, your sound, Shana, now.
Okay. Okay, I've now connected to the Wi-Fi. I hope it becomes stable through I was my phone. I thought really bad Wi-Fi, but so good morning, members. Saying implementing the members last year when we were discussing protocols. We are having to meeting or going to things I
Now,
thought
Chair,
came out.
Chairperson,
We've got to
apologies.
try.
You are breaking again, unfortunately. It's we're not able to get you because you're coming and going.
Yo, this is going to be a problem.
Can you hear us now, Chairperson?
Colleagues,
Chair, we can hear you now.
okay. So I wanted to propose, honorable members, on the issue of approach. That firstly, it's our first committee meeting of the year. We've got quite a comprehensive report on the state of schooling readiness, the issues of admission, issues of delivery of LTSM, issues of the system's readiness to accept learners and for learning and teaching to start. So two things that I want to propose to the members. One, because we are coming from an over in in this platform that one, we agree that we have a follow-up meeting with the education in Limpopo at least at the end of March. And I'm proposing this date because on the plan for interventions by the department, majority of the interventions, we were told that they will be at least completed or started by the end of March. So I want us to avoid or avert engaging on the observations of the oversight in this very important meeting. Safe to say, let us package all the observations and the interventions because they have been shared with us to engage with them end of March on a special meeting which we will call with both the PED in Limpopo and I think we should dedicate just a session, one day session with both that PED and DBE to engage on the observations, the intervention plan, and check by the end of March. So we avoid raising our observatory important meeting. Two, the same goes for the specific issues on the progress update. Of course, we're going to receive a progress update on the admissions generally for the entire country, but Gauteng and Western Cape, I'm proposing that end of February, we have a special meeting with both the two departments and the BE to really track progress on the admission crisis that both the provinces are facing, so that we are able to effectively engage on the contents and the content of today's meeting without the two issues, because I think they require special attention, require their own standalone meetings. That's the first two proposals I'm making. But beyond that, I want to open to members on the approach. One, it's on the style of questions, so that all members are satisfied with the opportunity they get to interface with the engagements on the platform. So maybe also advise on the approach. Do we prefer to question the department and get responses immediately? How many questions? Do we agree on the number of questions? Do we agree on time allocation for both the department and ourselves? And also, what are we trying to achieve out of today's session, so that we agree on a common approach? So I'm going to open up for members, because at 10 o'clock, we must start the actual meeting. I'm going to note hands. Honorable Yordan, you are the first on the platform. Mr. Brown, I see the department is still in the meeting. Can we request them to excuse us for now? We'll call them.
I'm doing so right now, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, the only hand I'm seeing is the hand of Honorable Yordan. Honorable Low. Honorable Yordan, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Might I also mention that unless I missed something, I don't think we actually adopted the program for the committee, but we are undertaking activities as if we have. So is there a chance for us to just also work that into our meetings in the coming weeks? And then on the matter of meeting with the various departments, I do agree, Chair, that's also going to take some time off from this meeting, so that we don't question something that we know we are able to investigate later on. And then with regards to the questioning style, Chairperson, I do not have a problem with the manner in which we have been doing it. The department makes a presentation, then there is a round of questions. Usually you allow the department to respond, and then a round of follow-up. I think, to be honest, that is the most appropriate and professional manner in which to handle questions in this platform. I don't agree with an interrogative style, if I can call it that, where a member would ask a question and then become engaged in a debate with the department based on their responses. I don't find that to be appropriate, and it becomes difficult for other members to engage, because oftentimes one or two persons would end up sort of, taking over the platform, if I can say it in a polite way.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Yordan. We did provisionally adopt the program. However, we did say that we are going to come back when we reopen to discuss the program, because we do have the opportunity and we're at liberty to amend it if we want to amend it as a committee. So yes, we will fit it in today at the end of the meeting. Mr. Brown, reshare it with members so that we fit it in today at the end of the meeting, and then we discuss the program. And if there is amendment, make those amendments so that we can submit an amended program to the Office of the House Chairperson. And Honorable Yordan is proposing that we maintain how we've been asking questions, because it's a bit constructive rather than the exchange where the department follow up. Okay. think that's the plan. Also, do propose members on the frame. Do we allocate members time? Do we allocate a number of questions? Honorable Lilo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough, and good morning, members. I think quite significantly, I want to agree with Honorable Udan because while in a virtual platform, interactive will not be effective as it is, then we'll therefore pose questions. And I propose that you allocate us time, Chair, so that as to what we do at our time, it gets to be our decision as to do we move to question or do we want to put make descriptions, mainly while we've given directive that will focus on the set presentation today. And I'll also want to agree that we have separate meetings on the reports that we could have highlighted that are quite significant and would need a specific attention. So I would propose that we give allocate us time. You note us that department make the presentation and then we interact. And then after, if the time is up, and then we give to another member so that we're able to have a way forward in issues that we want to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Law. Is it just me, or you are also like me? You're struggling with network. You were breaking a bit.
No, we could hear him clearly, Chair.
Oh, the problem is me. I see. Honorable Komani.
Ga ke letamišeng bana ba kgoši ke laetse gore ngwagong o moswa re ka se fetse gore ngwago moswa go fitlhela ge nako e riang ke go tamišitše person ke tamišile ba mphato ka moka ka mo ke laetse gore it is very much important that we have an agreement on how we are going to push this thing so that at the end of the day, we are on the same page. I'm just taking on a point of asking question if we are going to stick to our point that if we allocated the members time, we will discuss for enough time that will make members of the portfolio committee to be satisfied. By so saying, I just make a point that we must make a point that the time is enough for them to ask that questions. And then the other thing is that of department for answering our question. On a point for avoiding the method of ticking boxes, I think there is some other questions that its nature doesn't allow the officials to answer us at that time. And it's something that make them to lie to us. Then so I think they might also be given enough time so that they can give us appropriate answers, not just to make us pass and go home ticking boxes. In that, I was just proposing to class the questions and themselves also. If they don't feel like they have information, it will be proper for them to ask for a written answers. Otherwise, I think if you can consider the members as juncture, it will be proper of us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, are you available? Chairperson? Members, I do see Chair is on the platform, but I'm not sure whether she may be having connectivity problems. Are they now? She's gone. She's now gone. She'll probably reconnect. Let's just give it a minute, unless we would agree as the committee that we allow a member to continue chairing. Is there any proposal until chair returns?
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Hello?
We can hear you, Ma.
Yes, I was saying I'm rising to nominate Honorable Law to take over if the chairperson is still disappeared.
Thank you, Honorable Kabanchaba. Can I have a seconder for that?
Mr. Brown, I think, I'm not sure, but I think what the chair was wanting us to discuss was sort of reaching a natural conclusion. And I don't think any member was in disagreement with that, unless Honorable Kumane was saying something different, because I couldn't understand the language. But perhaps we just give her a chance until 10 o'clock. And then, if possible, might I suggest that you give her a call just to find out whether she's moving to a place where she might be able to hear better, to have better network, or what is the situation, so that we are just fully prepared before the department joins us at 10.
Thank you, Honorable Jordan. In fact, I do see Chairperson is back on the platform. Chair, are you able to hear us now?
I'm able to hear you, Mr. Brown. I just want to know if you are able to hear me, because I've moved from where I was.
Yes, Chairperson, we are able to hear you now. Thank you very much.
Okay, I've moved. I've been trying to move around the house so that I get a better spot, and I try to improve the stability of my network. I've heard what Honorable Command, I think there was no difference from our proposal. The only thing that Honorable Komani was insisting on was according members enough time. So I want to check with members. Is 4 minutes for questions allocation okay? Or is it little?
I think, Chair.
Members?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, the honorable members who are in the platform. My name is Pretty Kabanchaba. I think, Chairperson, the 4 minutes is enough for us as members to put a question. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Okay, so we're agreeing on the time allocation of 4 minutes each for questions, for asking questions. We will allow follow-ups. However, I think we should be able to confine the follow-ups to at least 1 minute, because it has to be a follow-up. We don't have to rehash, but it has to be a follow-up. Do we agree? So that we can allow the department back in?
Okay, I raise
Agree.
hands. I just see maybe you don't see it, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Komani.
Yes, we do agree with you, Chairperson, with the time that we allocated us. But for instance, I was asking if your 4 minutes can be minimum and then 5 minutes be maximum, so that we must work on 4 minutes. If you failed, you have 1 minute. Then if you fail that, then you know you are overdone. Thank you very much.
Okay. No problem, Honorable Komani. I think that's fine. That's agreed. That's agreed, honorable members. 4 minutes minimum. A maximum is 5 minutes. We are cutting you. And
Thank you
for
very much,
follow-up,
Chair.
1 minute. Okay. Mr. Brown, my network I see is still unstable. I've moved to every corner of the house. I am just hoping that it bears with me at least, so that we're able to have a constructive meeting. Otherwise, it means we must just stick to physical meetings. Because
Chairperson, the
I don't
network has improved, but there are times when we do lose you, but it has improved
know anymore.
considerably.
But that's on a lighter note. Mr. Brown, I think
Mr. Brown, if we're with this situation, can we allow Honorable Low when the chairperson is disappearing? Honorable O must kick in so that we'll continue with our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kabanchaba. Members, there is the proposal from Honorable Kabanchaba. If we do lose chairperson, that we allow Honorable Low to continue until she returns. Any counter proposal to that?
No,
Agreed.
Mr. Brown.
Honorable Ngobo, you can continue.
Okay. No. Thank you, Chairperson. I was supporting a proposal saying that let's just establish a principle just for this meeting only that, well, in case the chairperson disappears, so that there is somebody at least on the chair, because we understand what's happening with connectivity from the side of the chair. Then Honorable Low takes over, and that be confined to today's meeting only. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. I think that's agreed. Honorable Komani. I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I was just going to support that, but it's right. I am also doing that. I'm supporting that for in case we don't run out of time and then not knowing what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We will be starting, I think, in 3 minutes. So let's just, members can get water and all that.
Then you must get network check.
Thank you very much. Honorable Low, we agreed about your name here. It was our unanimous to say if the chair is disappearing, you must kick on, take over after the chair, after we're losing our chair.
But you see, honorable member, I'm in the village, in Nakasha village. There is fiber here. I'm connected to it. It's worse. I'm connected to the phone. It's worse. I am now frustrated. I went around the entire house trying to get a better spot. So I don't know anymore.
It's the Akasha style chair. All of us, we know. Akasha style, there is no network.
Yeah, then we must stick to physical meetings. I think I'm going to adopt the correctional service.
But now you are better, Chair, compared to previously.
Yeah, I tried to find some corner, nyana, so I can't even switch on my camera because it's a serious corner that I found. So maybe we must
Chairperson.
stick to the correctional service. Honorable,
it's fine, Chair. Well, no, I'm sorry, Chair. I was only coming back again because I can say the chairperson is getting worried. No, most of the time we can hear you now. It's better, much better, way back. I'm sorry, much better than before. The chairperson can simply continue chairing, and then we go back to that makeshift arrangement of somebody taking the chair. We had proposed and agreed on the name of Mr. Low. And then he moves off quickly, immediately. You come back, but we confine that for today. It's not always going to be like this, and we're still okay with these meetings, which are virtual when possible, Chairperson. Yeah, I know why the chairperson is laughing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning to members of the committee, the honorable members of the committee, once again, it's 10 o'clock. We had requested the department to rejoin us at 10 o'clock. I hope they've been able to rejoin, Mr. Brown. Please, let's just ensure that they've been able to rejoin. And we apologize to the department for having to ask you to wait for us for 30 minutes. It is our very first meeting of the portfolio committee in this year. So there were just some housekeeping issues that we had to deal with. Firstly, let us welcome you, warm welcome to members of the portfolio committee, to the minister, the deputy minister, the entire department, the entire delegation, the stakeholders that might have joined us for this meeting. You are warmly welcomed to our meeting. And of course, we are saying compliments of the new season because it is our really first official meeting, and we are actually sending warm or well wishes for the year ahead. Firstly, I thought it would be very prudent for us to start with sending heartfelt condolences to the families, friends, schools, and the GDE for the tragic loss of about 12 of our children in the Val, who really perished in the horrific accident in the first week of schools reopening. And I think it is important that we, as the portfolio committee, really do send the heartfelt condolences, because that horrific accident did send shockwaves, and it really, really did disturb all of us as South Africans. We are heartbroken as a portfolio committee that families and lives of our children were lost. And we believe that the lives could have been saved had it not been for reckless driving. And I think the accident itself, as well, as horrific as it was, as it is so difficult as a parent, we don't even know, you would not even know how to comfort those parents. But this accident really exposed the vulnerability of our children as they commute to and from schools, from our schools. And as a result, as a portfolio committee, we welcome the call by the president for different departments to meet and scrutinize our learner and scholar transport system, and for them to come up with recommendations. And we are looking forward to engage with those recommendations as and when the interministerial team concludes their work. We also want to take this opportunity, Minister and DM, to officially congratulate the class of 2025 for reaching new heights and passing in their numbers. And we especially congratulate their teachers. We congratulate the school governing bodies that were the support structure. We congratulate the department, and that includes the provinces, the districts, and the circuits. As we conduct oversight, we've seen the hard work that goes into these results, that teachers put their all. They do not sleep, majority of them. They actually work overtime. They go beyond the call of duty to ensure that our learners are prepared for the examination. But of course, the hard work goes to the learners themselves, and as a result, we congratulate them, and we congratulate also the department for reaching the 88 pass rate. And of course, the department speaks about the quality of the passes, and this is a discussion we want to take up with the department on us being careful not to continue with the culture and the language that we use, that quality results is only emulated, or it's only shown when many of our learners have passed or have achieved a bachelor pass admission. I think it is important that we really also pay particular attention and also admit that learners who have passed, who are going to our TVET colleges, we also consider that as a quality pass, because we have said as a country that we need technical skills, and technical skills are also as important as the professional skills. So I think we need to really start engaging. Our own language should encourage the learners, because that's why many learners, if they don't get an admission at a university, they believe that whatever admission they're going to get is not quality enough. And sometimes it's because of our own language. And I think we need to change the culture and the language so that we're balancing. Of course, we are concerned about the drop in the performance in the STEM subjects. We are especially concerned that we are not improving in terms of the passes or the successes of the learners, in increasing the number of learners that really pass and make it. But also, as we engaged with some of the schools, as members were doing back to school campaigns in their different constituencies, we also learned that some of the school principals, were actually blaming the performance of learners in STEM subjects on the overall performance of their schools. So they were saying we actually took a knock on the STEM subjects. Had it not been the performance of learners on the STEM subjects, our school would have performed better. The percentage would be higher. So that is of a concern to us. We are also sharing the sentiments of the department on the successes, the academic performance in the quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools. We are also excited about this quality performance, and we believe that if we are to give the schools enough support and adequate support, we will actually see serious excellence, because it is clear that there is excellence, and we just need to give additional support to these schools, pay special focus and attention to them, so that we can really unleash this potential that is clearly there. Also, we want to accord these successes on the teacher development programs, that it would be impossible for us to achieve these results if there isn't consistent teacher development. So any program, any item, any resources that are allocated to teacher development, as a portfolio committee, we welcome those, and we want to encourage that the department continues to pay particular attention to teacher development, because that is a cornerstone of increasing our performance and the performance of learners. Of course, the minister is correct when she attributes also the the social security net, the interventions that have been made by the government over the years, the NSNP program, the learner transport program, the fully subsidized schools in rural areas, as being the factors that contribute to us retaining learners in class, and also seeing these numbers, this unprecedented number of learners staying in school and succeeding in their matric. We are, of course, concerned about the transitioning of these learners from the passes to higher education, because we've seen the challenges in the education sector. And we are going to have, I think, in our discussion as a portfolio committee, we ought to have or agree to meet to have a joint portfolio committee with the Committee on Higher Education in both departments, so that both departments can engage with us on how they are planning to smoothen the transition of our learners from the basic education to higher education. We have, as a portfolio committee, started the year by undertaking an oversight visit to the province of Limpopo. Of course, we've noted some challenges. Some were extreme challenges, some were urgent challenges, especially as they pertain to the state of infrastructure. However, we've agreed as a portfolio committee that we are going to schedule a follow-up meeting by the end of March with both the PED and the DBE to engage comprehensively on our observations and also on the intervention plans that the department committed to this portfolio committee. As a result, We're trying to say that we are not going to utilize this meeting to dwell on our observations of the oversight, instead to be so that we're more effective. We are opting to have a special set-aside meeting to engage specifically on our observations and the interventions. The issue of admissions and placement challenges for grade 1, especially in grade 8 learners in especially Western Cape and Gauteng, have really been of a great concern to us. We've seen on the social media space, we've seen on the mainstream media how parents were queuing in schools, how parents were complaining, to an extent that parents even developed a perception that in this country, foreign national undocumented learners are actually given precedence over our own South African learners. And this has been a very, very difficult conversation and narrative, a very difficult sight to see, that parents were really frustrated, and they are still frustrated in these two provinces over admission of their children. The fact that more than 2,500 learners in Gauteng are still unplaced, it's a huge crisis. The fact that over 6,000 learners in the Western Cape province are still unplaced is a huge crisis. And we do believe that as well with this issue, because it is part of your presentation, of course, we'll engage with it, but we do want to have a set-aside meeting, a follow-up session with both these provinces at the end of February to discuss progress and also to discuss plans, future plans on how do we avert this situation that every year in the two provinces, this crisis emanates. So we need to have that conversation on permanent solutions so that at least we are assured that parents will not experience the same frustration that they've experienced over the years. Now, honorable members, we are going to engage with the department's report on the state of school readiness for 2026. We have, of course, noted few issues that have been raised by parents as well, shortages of stationery, and as a result, schools resorting to parents in the Northeast schools to paying the shortfalls for the shortages of stationery, overcrowding in overall in many of the schools across the country, and the issue of teacher development as well. That goes to the performance in other grades, not only grade 12, but the last year performance in other grades. The budget reallocation, if there is budget reallocations within the department, and the motivations for those reallocation, because in other areas, other complaints that we're receiving from districts, from parents, is on the departments in provinces telling them that there has been budget reallocations nationally, and that has affected them. So we want to hear the department's view on these issues. These are just part of the issues that have come through as the schools reopened to the portfolio committee, and we have been, of course, sending them to the department for responses, but we thought we should highlight them. So with that said, that was in short the welcoming remarks from the chairperson, and in short saying that we really hope that we have an effective and constructive first session with the department. So with that said, you're all welcome. My camera is not on, honorable members, and apologies because my network is really unstable. If I do turn on my camera, it will really be a crisis. So I really apologize. So Mr. Brown, I'm going to then allow you to share with us if we've got any apologies, and also flight our agenda for today so that we can adopt the agenda and go into the items on our agenda. Do we have any apologies, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister and officials from the Department Chair. Let me do the attendance register. Present is Honorable Maimela, Honorable Kabanchaba, Honorable Low, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Komani, and Honorable Ngobo. I do know that Honorable Ngubeni may still be on the platform, but she has requested that she needs to be excused for travel purposes. Other apologies are from Honorable Govana, who is currently on oversight, Honorable Magagula, Honorable P. Mkize, and Honorable S. Mkize, as well as Honorable Shikwambana. Thank you, Chairperson. I will just fight the agenda right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, and also the apologies of the members of the select committee from the NCOP. We had extended an invitation. We are aware that they are currently conducting their oversight in Limpopo as well, and we wish them all the best in their oversight journey. That is our agenda, honorable members. We are going to now hand over to the minister to present the team, and we are going to receive the presentation on the state of school readiness, and from there we are going to consider our minutes that we have, outstanding minutes, and we're going to also consider the draft report on the release on the NSC 2025 results release. Honorable Minister, DM, DG, you're welcome, and over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good day to the members of the Portfolio Committee. It is good to reunite once again during this year, and we look forward to working well together in our various roles as we account to Parliament during this year. I'm joined by the Deputy Minister, who's also on the call, the Director General, and other senior officials. I think also, firstly, let me just appreciate the opportunity to come and appear before the committee and to account on the department's progress in preparing for the 2026 academic year. Since the second half of last year, and particularly as we move through the final quarter of 2025 academic year, we've been closely monitoring the state of readiness for the 2026 academic year. This has included regular engagement with the Director General, ongoing communication with the MECs, and direct oversight on emerging risks related to learner placement, infrastructure, learner transport, staffing, learning materials, and learner support materials. And so members will also be aware, since our last engagement, the National Senior Certificate Examination results have been announced, and the department has concluded its lekgotla, which some of the members of the committee attended. These processes have been critical in sharpening our focus on foundational learning, system stability, and the operational readiness of the sector at the start of the year. Chair, I want to concur with you and join you in acknowledging and sending our sincere condolences to the families and the loved ones of those young learners who lost their lives in Gauteng. On behalf of the Department of Basic Education, we are extending our condolences to the families, the school communities that are affected. This has been a devastating loss, and it's a stark reminder that learner safety, including safe and reliable transport to and from school, must remain a priority across all spheres of government. And while investigations and responses are being addressed through the appropriate processes, this tragedy has also underscored the importance of the oversight work before us today. Chair, the presentation before the committee is a progress report. It is not a declaration of perfection. It reflects the information submitted by provincial education departments at a specific point in time. It's also important to acknowledge upfront that readiness is not static. Learner admissions, placements, staffing allocations, and support services continue to evolve daily as provinces respond to the enrollment pressures and localized challenges. For this reason, I want to be clear that readiness must be understood in a comprehensive sense. It's not only about whether or not a learner has been placed, but whether the conditions of learning and teaching have been made. This includes the availability of educators, learning and teaching support materials, school nutrition, learner transport, safe and adequate infrastructure, and appropriate support for grade R and early learning. And so while the data presented indicates encouraging levels of learner placement nationally, I've consistently emphasized to the department that percentages alone do not tell the full story. We must remain vigilant about hotspots, particularly in high growth urban areas, as you mentioned, Gauteng and the Western Cape, and also historically under-resourced communities where pressure on schools can emerge quickly and unexpectedly. It is also for this reason that I have requested ongoing verification and refinement of the provincial data from the provinces and a formal sign-off by the HODs where it is required. Chair, provinces remain the center of implementation, and I've engaged with MECs to ensure that readiness interventions are not only reported but actively managed on the ground. In this regard, I convened a Council of Education Ministers and Council of Education Ministers on Friday, specifically to discuss the state of readiness for 2026 academic year and to discuss the interventions that are required to address the emerging risks. Where challenges persist, whether in learner transport, infrastructure backlogs, staffing pressures, or delayed delivery of learning materials, these matters are being escalated and are addressed through the appropriate intergovernmental processes. This committee's oversight role is an essential part of strengthening accountability across the system. And so we welcome the robust engagement today, and I trust that our discussion will focus on identifying risks early, closing remaining gaps, and ensuring that no learner is left behind as we move into the 2026 academic year. The department and I remain committed in working constructively with Parliament, with the provinces, and education stakeholders to stabilize the system and to deliver basic education that is safe and quality above all else. And so I look forward to the engagement, Chair, with the members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Minister, you can invite the DG to start with the presentation. Greetings to you and greetings to the members, yes.
Yes, I think you can do that, Minister.
All right. DDG Gaya, I'm told you are driving the presentation.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning to the Honourable Chairperson and the Honourable members, as well as to Minister and to DM in the House and all the other officials here. I'm just going to ask that the presentation be flighted for me, please.
Mr. Brown, can we assist Ms. Gear?
Thank you very much, Liesl. I think it's you that's helping. It's in presentation mode now. Honourable members, so this is a bit of a long presentation. If you'll bear with me, I'll try to go through it quickly. Minister has given an introductory remarks. We always explain that learner placement. Liesl, if you can move to the next slide, please. Learner placement covers these themes. Sorry, the whole presentation covers these themes of learner placement, provision of LTSM, post-provisioning learner transport, early childhood development, school infrastructure, and then the NSNP program. If we move on, I was getting straight into the detail of learner placement already. So we always explain that it's a moving target that we have. It changes on a daily basis, and data is very dynamic in this instance. And so we've had to really get, correct sign-off from the MEC and the head of department to ensure that these figures are reliable. especially as we move towards the 10th day stats. The 10th day stats are in now. When we started out on the presentation, it wasn't, but we have passed the 10th day at school. And now the figures will start to stabilize. For those of you who understand what happens in a school, we take the 10th day stats, and then we have a second day in the first quarter, which is the 10th of March, the 10th day of March. And we compare these two figures. So we talk about the 10-day stats at the beginning of the year, and then we have the 10th day stat in March. And these two figures would then offset and show us the reliability and the stability of numbers within the system, which would then help us to finalize on some of the topics that we have here, especially around additional teachers, around additional classes and all of those kinds of things, to know whether we were correct in what the temporary measures were that we put in place, and it can then help to stabilize the system a bit better. And so a lot of the information that we have here today is dependent on data. We have this presentation today is using January the 28th figures. We had CEM, as Minister explained, on Friday, and that helped us a lot to get the sign-off and to be able to then use these figures as we have received them in the most latest of information. Important to know is that the learners, PEDs have to ensure that all learners are matched in a school and that all the special cases are being considered. It includes provisions around late applications, whatever those reasons were. And then it also includes placing those learners who came in as walk-ins and to have dedicated walk-in centers that could accommodate these needs. It is about allocating the mobile classes in the hotspot areas to ensure that all learners are accommodated. For an example, Northern Cape has already provided 78 mobile classes in 37 classrooms. We're just lifting that information as well. But it's not unique only to Northern Cape. Other provinces have done that as well. Then opening our schools, around new schools that are there, we've already opened 2 new schools for this year in Mpumalanga. This is also just another example. We pick it up again in the infrastructure report. And it's beginning to stabilize in the system as at 28th of July in terms of learner placement. There's good progress that has been made. The next slides will show that. So on grade R1 and 8, we're just showing you overall the number of applications that were received by the 28th of January for grade R, and then the learner placement as at the 28th of January, and then what's remaining. So for grade R, we are on 98.23 on placement, and 1.77 still needs to be placed in the country. On grade 1, we are on 99.74 and 0.26 have to be placed. On grade 8, 99.55 and 0.45 have to be placed. These are the national figures then, and if we can just look at the provincial breakdown, which now follows. So what we have here, as of 28th of January, there were 738,997 applications across the province for grade R. And of these, 98.23 nationally have been placed in public schools. That's our figure. And then if you look at the breakdown, in terms of all the learner placements in all provinces, Free State, KZN and Western Cape have the highest numbers of learners placed at 100%. Gauteng has the lowest number for grade R, it's at 95.83%. And 1.67 nationally, the grade R learners still have to be placed. We've just highlighted those in green where there's clear hundreds, and then the lowest figure in red. If we move on to the next slide. This is grade 1, it's a similar format that we use. So there were 781,095 applications across the provinces for grade 1. And of these, 99.74 have been placed nationally. The learner placements in all the provinces, especially if you look at the ones that have done well, Free State, KZN, and Northwest have the highest numbers that have been placed. The Northern Cape has the lowest, which is at 96.85. Those other three provinces are at 100%. And then there's a 0.26 nationally that has to be placed. I'm just elaborating on that first slide I spoke on. So if we move on to the next slide. On grade 8, there are 996,590 applications that were received in grade 8. Of that, 99.55% have been placed nationally. And then KZN has the highest number at 100%. Western Cape has the lowest number at 98.65. And what still has to be placed for grade 8 is 0.45% nationally. Moving on then, the next slide just talks to giving you the learner placements in the other grades. So the previous slides were talking specifically to the entry levels of schools and ECD in terms of grade R and also in terms of primary schools and high schools. This now gives you from grade 2 until grade 12 across, and you can see that at the national level, there are ranges from 99.82% in grade 10 to 99.99% in grade 12. And that, just supports a constant of how we are trying to deal with the placements. In the case of grade 2 until grade 12, in many cases, these learners are not without a school. Because they already have been placed in a grade, but the applications or the late applications that have come is a request to move to a different school or to another province. And so that's, whilst they're waiting, they are in a school already. And then when they get accommodated, they can then move to the school of their choice. If we move on to the next grades, the next slides, this just gives the detail of placement in foundation phase in totality. And again, there are ranges nationally from 99.6% in grade 2 and 3 in the Western Cape, for instance, to 100% in grades 2 and 3 in KZN, Northern Cape and Northwest. If we move on to the next phase. This is intermediate phase, and the ranges in intermediate phase nationally are 99.5% in grade 4 in Free State and 100% in grades 4, 5, and 6 in KZN, Northern Cape and Northwest. If we move on to the next phase, senior phase, the ranges are 99% in grade 8 in the Western Cape and 100% in grade 7, 8, and 9 in KZN, Northern Cape and Northwest. If we move on, FET phase is at 99.2% in grade 11 in the Western Cape to 100% in grade 12 in 7 provinces, excluding Eastern Cape and Western Cape. Learner placement for grade 12 was at 99.99% and in Eastern Cape and 98% in Western Cape. So if we move on to the next slide, this gives you the hotspots nationally, overall in the different provinces. So you can see that there are highly urbanized hotspots in most of the provinces. We've just put in red those that have extreme high intake. So in the Eastern Cape, it's Gqeberha. In Gauteng, it is Olivenhoutbosch and Acacia. And in Mpumalanga, it's Mbombela. Otherwise, all of these other listed are also hotspots, but they don't have the extreme problems that we are experiencing in intake as those with red. If we move on then to the next, here we're moving away from admissions now and we are going to LTSM. So the LTSM is about the extent to which we have provided textbooks, but also stationery and the workbooks in the country. On the textbooks, the figures here that we are giving, I have to just contextualize that we have a retrieval system. If you can remember, when we were at school, we all had to take our books back at the end of the year. And the success of that exercise on how provinces were able to retrieve the books determines how many books they are able to, they need to replace. So we're always talking about a 10% top up of textbooks. And these figures here on the extent to which the textbook orders have been delivered to the schools are about that 10% top up. So if you look at KZN, you'll see that there's zeros at KZN. The reason for that is, of course, the budget problems that they've experienced. Throughout the second part of last year, we've worked with KZN quite extensively as a national department to see what we can do around getting, support for them. They did succeed in getting funding from their treasury to help them to sort out their textbook orders. And that money that they received was not sufficient. It covered the backlog that they had for 2025, but it didn't help them on the 26 orders. And so they had to put forward another request again. And in the meeting that we've had in CM, they had reported that they were receiving some support from the provincial department, that they were able to do something around placing the top-ups. But of course, this will be very late and delayed in KZN. Otherwise, Mpumalanga's at 78%, which we've highlighted. Northern Cape is at 11%. Northern Mpumalanga and Northwest are roughly on the same figure. In Northern Cape, they also have problems on funding, and that was largely the reason why they were late in their orders. But in their case, they've done something around that. So I think this gives you a picture then of where it is, like the explanation of Mpumalanga. The books are delivered, but now they have to get out to the schools from the warehouse. And then in KZN, I've explained that, and then I've also explained the Northern Cape situation. If we move on then from the textbook issue, so these are some of the challenges that I've already spoken to in terms of how they are dealing with their matters. On LTSM stationery, this is the picture here. So most of the provinces are on 100%. KZN on stationery, they have a better picture than they have on the textbooks because they've prioritized the stationery. You'll understand that you need, a textbook you can still share in a classroom. You can make photocopies of the relevant areas of work that's covered, and our workbooks also cover all of the CAPS curriculum, so they have that at least to support them. Whereas a textbook, a stationery, you need a pen and a book to write. And so that's why the focus is to get this right first. And so in KZN, they're sitting on 96.78%, Limpopo's on 98%, and Mpumalanga on 78%, and Northern Cape on 91%. And there are mitigating strategies in these provinces that we are busy working with to ensure that all these books are delivered either to the warehouse or from the warehouse straight to the schools. Can we move on to the next slide? This is the workbooks. So the workbooks already have volume 1 in the schools. Volume 1 deals with the first 6 months of work that is covered in the CAPS curriculum. And so all of those books have been delivered. This is volume 2. And volume 2 is fluctuates in varying percentages. These books will only be used from June onward in the schools, and we anticipate that we would, by the end of February, all of these books would have been delivered already to 100%, because we normally process payments in March as this funding is in a financial year. Our information on this project is that everything is on track. If we move on then to the next one. On post-provisioning, we closed the year last year. This is not the first time that we have reported on this particular report to the Portfolio Committee. So last year, we closed on the extent to which the post-provisioning model in the first step of what has to happen has been concluded. They have declared the posts in September. They've sent out the staff establishments to the schools, and the schools have dealt with all their excesses, and people have been moved to where the needs of the posts are. So what we now do in the beginning of the year is look at the extent to which the information that we have from the 10th day stats direct us to additional teachers that are due to increased enrollments, and then the provincial departments have set aside ad hoc posts to ensure that the education system remains responsive. It's equitable and stable, and that every class has a teacher. If we move on to the next slide. So these ad hoc posts and substitute posts, they address any dynamic and unforeseen staffing need as these problems are picked up, as the numbers and data is confirmed. It's from this pool of posts that they then allocate the teachers, and the posts help to manage growth and reduce overcrowding, and to maintain acceptable learner-teacher ratios, and to also importantly ensure that there's always a teacher in front of a class. And the numbers now that follow give you the information of what happens provincially. So these are the required number of posts per province that they have in terms of their post establishment. It gives you the number that has been filled, and it gives you a number that's not been filled. And we've highlighted in red where the numbers are high, and where the numbers are low, they are in green. The national figure of posts that are not filled is 15,371. And if you look at what will happen here, so even although we say these posts are not filled, that doesn't mean that there isn't a teacher in front of the class, because in this instance, these are posts that have to be filled permanently. So they've got to go through a process of advertising, but already the contractual arrangements that have been put in place to ensure that the teachers are sent into the classroom. If we move on to the next slide. So on the challenges of why the provinces may take long to move, many have just giving like financial constraints, or it's about relocating before they can move. The Treasury requires, because we have this post-provisioning model, and you know sometimes the needs of the school change, the number of learners drop, so then it has an impact on the staff complement that the school qualifies for. And if the school is in excess, that they've got teachers that have to go somewhere else, they have to be relocated as surplus teachers to where the need is. And so that process has to first be concluded before the provincial department's treasury will allocate funding for a post, because you have shown as a department, you know, that you have actually moved the teacher to where the post is required, and then the real vacancies are then dealt with in adverts after that. If we move on to the next slide. So this gives you figures about substitute teachers and how many are required, how many are filled, and you can see that in many instances they are either on a 0. Gauteng is of course on a minus, because they actually require more because of their growth and the overcrowding problems and the migration problems. They're giving you a real figure of what their need is. In some cases, yeah, there's no data that has been provided on this, and they will still provide that data to us, as it is a moving target that we keep collecting information on. If we move on then. Can we move on to the next slide, please? We're now on learner transport. So learner transport has been a topical issue, especially the difficulties that we have seen of late is around how the learner transport is vulnerable. And so we track this all the time. This information is information about the number of learners that are require transport, and then the actual number of learners that are receiving transport, and then learners that are not transported based on, you know, the information that the province has given. You can see that Gauteng and Northern Cape have large numbers. Western Cape is on 0, that they don't have problems. But the long and short of this is that the additional number of learners that have to still be transport, they have to get new routes and increased transport through the public, the transport department, to allow for these learners that still need to be transported to come on board, and that they can receive the transport that is required. If we move on to the next slide. These are just some of the challenges that are experiencing in provinces, which is largely around either non-payment of service providers or communities who want to benefit without following proper process, limited budgets, increased demand of the transport that exceeds the initial figures that they had. And so they have to look at putting in place either new routes, having partners with local government, looking at reviewing the payment modes, and in some instances they've established task teams to put in place new contracts. If we move on. The slide talks to early childhood development. This just lifts up all the things that we closed 2025 on, which has an impact for 2026. So on legislation, the 2025 Children's Amendment Bill was finalized and is ready to be introduced in Parliament. On registration, we've reached 12,644 newly registered ECD programs at bronze level. On funding, we've increased the subsidy from 17 Rand to 24 Rand, and this improves quality in these centres. 150,000 new children received subsidy for 25-26 financial year. And we've launched the Education Outcomes Fund, which is a public-private partnership. The value of that monetary fund is at 496 million. And this money will be used to help ECD centres, especially those at bronze level, to get up to silver so that they can have increased access to funding. Curriculum, we have standardized curriculum implementation packs that have been developed and are being delivered in the schools. On training, we have 2,374 practitioners that have been trained at NQF level 4. And we've established the interministerial committee that has met twice and in last year, and they have now a concrete plan of action. If we move on then, so all of that has an impact on what we are doing for this year. The slide just tells you about the provision of the ECD programs, figure on registration. The number of programs that have been registered is 33,177. Gives you a breakdown of gold, silver, and bronze in terms of these figures, and what number is centre-based and what number is non-centre-based. And we continue with these application processes. Our focus is now on gold and silver to ensure that we get them also, the bronze gets upgraded to silver, and in the silver case that they can become gold, because as you move through the 3 tiers, you have improved benefits. And so it's in our interest to have bronze to be at silver, because it begins to give them a standard subsidy per child from that, because they've met all the obligations that's required. On staff and children, we're just giving you the totals there. We have just close on 1.4 million learners, children in ECD currently in the centres, and a total number of staff of 81,150. If we move on, the next slide just talks to the upskilling of grade R and the extent per province that we have on figures of the eligible cohorts who qualify. In terms of grade R practitioners, Northwest is the lowest because the province employs qualified teachers. They don't really have unqualified teachers that have to be upskilled. And Gauteng, Eastern Cape and Western Cape have identified significant numbers of practitioners that have to undergo training. If we move on. This is just a slide that talks to our branch registration and how we have achieved, what we have achieved in the target that we set and the total number of applications that were improved. You can see our national target is at 13,795. The total number of applications that have been approved is 12,959. And I have already said our next phase is about silver, converting silver to gold. This is a highly digitized phase that will then help to support the learning programs. And the main thing is to ensure that they meet the health and safety requirements for them to translate in their status. And the PEDs are being trained on the new digital tools to process that can help them. And the NGOs and the ECD programs are being supported to submit all the required documents that to make them compliant and that we can expedite this process. Next slide, please. So the key objectives for 2026 is about registering early learning programs at silver and gold, targeting 8,000 of these early learning programs by the end of this year, to add an estimated 80,000 additional children to benefit from the subsidy, to design, pilot and roll out a new digitized ECD subsidy application process, to implement new electronic quarterly reporting systems, to roll out the standardized NCF implementation packs, to drive local government campaigns in partnership with COCTA and SALGA, and to develop a rollout of a national campaign focusing on putting children first, and to take the Children's Amendment Bill to Cabinet for approval to introduce it into Parliament. If we move on then, I think we're on the next theme now, which is infrastructure. On infrastructure, we're just showing you here the conditions rating our schools, and there's a code that we have for each of these different categories of or conditions that the schools are in. So you can see that it's very poor, it's poor, fair, good, and excellent. And then we've got the codes there. And then we've got the breakdown of the number of schools. The national figure sits at 22,381 of the number of schools. And then in the different categories of their conditions, we have given you figures in terms of how that percentage looks. And you can see on this poor and very poor, there's about 10%. And whilst fair, good, and excellent is at 90%. And the actual figures per province sits in those categories there. If we move on. So this is the ASIDI project, and this just gives you a summary of the different sub-programs that we have in ASIDI. So it is about inappropriate structures, water supply, sanitation, electricity supply, and overcrowding. And then our summary of our total schools allocated is 3,104. We have been very successful in the practical completion in our targets here. Only one school is still under construction, is in the stage between 26 and 50%, and the total number that's completed is 3,103. If we move on to the next phase, next slide. This gives you the pipeline, the project pipeline for the safe schools. We have the list of implementing agents who are the ones who ensure that we have, these sanitation pit latrines eradicated. And so we're showing you the number that's still there. On our summary, we have 3,372 schools that were allocated, and the practical completion number sits at 3,316. And the difference then in the figures sit at 33 are under tender, 7 are at construction level of 25%, and 8 at construction level of near completion between 76 and 99%. If we move on then to the next slide. So this just gives you information on the provincial infrastructure performance, the program performance, and it is looking at the monthly projected performance updates. So you can see that we've given a breakdown of the programs, the different programs that we have under this category, which is quite a number of different headings. There are 13 of them, but it covers like number of new schools, replacement schools, provision or replacement of sanitation, upgrade of water, electricity, maintenance projects, additional classrooms and teaching space, grade R classrooms, provision, upgrade of the fence, natural disaster projects, boarding schools, specialist rooms, and ECD, either renovation or new ones. And then it just gives you the different stages in terms of what's happening on this program. Whether it is, we have the number of the total active projects, the target that we have, and then the various stages that these projects are in, and where it will be in terms of closeout or handover. I think we can move on from here. So this gives you then on the EIG, the grant, it's Education Infrastructure Grant. So this is a grant that is in all the provinces that are listed there. And this gives you the allocated budgets, what the adjustments were, and then what the actual budgets are in terms of what's been transferred to PEDs as at the 26th of January, what the percentages are in terms of transfers, and what the allocated budgets are. For where we sit, for those provinces who sit at very low figures, it's the reason why in this grant we have to sometimes look at moving money from where it is sitting and it's not moving. And if we're worried about it not being spent, because at this late stage you may not be able to do that, building projects, then we would consider doing the environments here. If we move on to the next slide. This just gives you the sector achievements in terms of the infrastructure programs. And it is giving you from 2013-14 financial year right through to the 25-26 financial year in terms of the various programs that we have. And it gives you a good overview in each of these categories that we've identified on the programs, what we've actually achieved over the years and what the total is that we've been able to do in these areas of build projects or infrastructure projects. If we move on then to the next slide. On school nutrition, so yeah, we're just giving you information about our performance indicators. We do have information here around the number of quintiles, quintile 1 to 3 primary schools that participate in NSNP, then the secondary schools that participate, special schools that participate. We give information on quintile 4 and 5 primary schools and quintile 4 and 5 secondary schools, all around participation in NSNP. Then we also have information in the same categories on the number of learners that are fed. We have information on the days per quarter that we feed on, the number of schools who have vegetable gardens, primary school and secondary school, meal cost or learner per day, and then the number of food handlers we have, the number of vacancies that are there in relation to food handlers. If we move on then on the detail of these figures, this gives you the breakdown then of quintile 1 to 3 primary and secondary schools, as well as special schools that are participating. And you can see the primary school numbers nationally sit at 14,105, the quintile 1 to 3 secondary schools. If you just go back on that figure, Liesl, you're going to go back. Yeah, no, now you're on a different slide. Now, can you move back one? Another one. Okay, so the quintile 1 to 3 secondary is at 5,333 and the special schools at 358. That just helps you nicely to understand what's happening around quintile 1 to 3. And the number of learners in these schools is 19,796. And this is including the special schools who benefit from this. If we move on then, next slide. So this gives you quintile 4 and 5 and most provinces, because these are schools that are considered to be affluent. Of course, there are learners who do in these schools sometimes require feeding. Sometimes schools do that out of their own budget. which is why you see the many zeros that are reflected there. But in the case of KZN, Northern Cape and Western Cape, they do have feeding that happens in these schools, and the national figure then sits at 516, and the secondary schools is at 192, and the number of learners who we feed in these schools for quarter three, 708. If we move on then to the next slide. So this just gives the number of learners now that are fed. This is giving you the volume. So what is interesting about this is that if you look at our schooling system, it's nationally we are feeding 9 point, nearly 9.2 if we round that figure up, of a number of learners who are actually being fed in our schools. There are very few schools considering that we are not present in, considering there are about 13 million learners that we have in our system. So this is quite a significant number of learners in our system that we do feed on a daily basis. And it's useful figures to actually just look at. If we move on then, going further. So this tells you about the quintile 4 and 5 learners in their numbers for quarter three. The figure for quintile 4 and 5 nationally sits at 296,449. If we move on this one then, this gives you figures on the schools with vegetable gardens, but also the number of days that we feed per quarter. So the number of days per quarter does differ. In our calendar year, there's roughly about 200 days in a school calendar for the entire year, but this gives you the quarter three number, which is 46, but Free State has got 2 days extra added there, 4 days extra added. And then the number of schools per province in that has school gardens. These vegetable gardens augment the feeding at the school, which means that there's additional nutrition added in terms of the vegetables that they are able to provide and extend the food that is provided by the department. If we move on to the next slide then. These are just the food handlers. We have 61,852 nationally with 91 vacancies that are available. Thank you. The next slide just talks to our dashboard, Chairperson. The dashboard just gives you an overall picture.
Ms. Gear,
Yes.
we had given 30 minutes, Ms. Gear.
I'm done, Chairperson.
30 minutes, so just
I'm
wrap
done.
up.
I'm done, Chairperson.
Okay.
I just want to show you the picture. The next slide is just a visual picture so you can see how nicely green we are from all this information I've given. What we do is we take the data and we put it onto a dashboard, and the dashboard then reflects, what that looks like in real, whether we need to be worried as a country or not around some of it. It doesn't say there aren't problems and that we don't, check this all the time. But Liesel, if you just move to the next slide, that's the national picture. And you can see the issue that we are having to deal with currently is LTSM. If we solve that, then we would have an entire green picture in the country. And the slides that follow, which members can have a look at, will give you the details under the same headings per province, which I won't go through, but you can have a look at it and you can then get the details per province. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gear. Thank you very much to the department. Honorable members, that is the presentation of the department. We had given them 30 minutes because we saw that the presentation was quite lengthy. So I'm going to note members that want to ask questions. As per our agreement, members, we are going to be really following the time allocation. So members must be mindful of that. On the platform, I see the hand of Honorable Law. That's the only hand I can see, unless if there are other hands that I can't see. Honorable Yodan, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Komani. So that is the
I'm
hands.
trying, I'm sorry to do this. I'm trying to raise my hand.
Okay.
I'm failing. I'll be okay. Yeah.
Honorable
Chairperson, my hands is up.
Honorable Mugadi, you're noted as well. So let's start with Honorable Law, followed by Honorable Yodan, Honorable Kobani, Honorable Kaba, Honorable Ngobo, and who's the last one? Honorable Mugadi. Honorable Law, you will start.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the departmental presentation. And I think what becomes quite important is to note the significant challenges and development. Am I audible enough, Chair? I want to check that.
You are audible, Honorable Law.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, I would have went through the presentation in preparation, Chair. And I would want to immediately go to raise my concerns to say I would have came across issues and challenges that are persistent that we could have cautioned against prior to all the confrontational issues that are confronting us as the portfolio committee. We would have seen, Chair, on regional disparities whereby there are provinces that are still lower in terms of their grades. We've seen also, Chair, number two, with regard to the LTSM, the uneven progress where there are delays in textbook deliveries, in particularly where Eastern Cape, your grade 1 and 7, 13.5%, they were low Eastern Cape with regard to that, and would have made an impact assessment with regard to the concerns of our schools recently, where the weather conditions, where the impact of floods and other environmental shocks on supply chains. It also shows that there's a need for robust contingency planning because of disruptions in educational material delivery is a disruption to our learning and teaching. Would have seen, Chair, a vacancy rate that is widely open in between Northern Cape, which is a concern of 14.6%, Chair. So I would not want to waste time as we got an approach with regard to I would want to ask questions. I'll start, Chair, by posing my question to the department to say, how does DB define school readiness beyond compliance indicators, and what measures are in place to address the quality of teaching and learning from the first starting of school? And then therefore, what becomes mechanism that DB employ to identify provinces at risk or underperforming before the school year commences? And then I'll also move to learner placement, Chair. I'd want to know what factors contribute to lower placement percentages in provinces like the Western Cape, particularly the grade R. If not, Chair, or given the directive you gave, we can get it on the meeting with my dev and remote Western Cape. I don't mind with that. I can take that one. And then what mechanism does the DB have in place to monitor the educational impact of the placement? And then how does the DB intervene with provinces also, Chair, who fail to meet universal textbook coverage, particularly where this impacts foundational phase learners? And what are the contingency plans that exist to mitigate disruptions across natural disasters, which I made reflection on, such as floods in Mpumalanga and other provinces? I'll also want to move to learner transport. Why does KwaZulu-Natal transport only 39% of learners in need despite exceeding the provincial targets? And how does the department ensure the needs assessment for learner transport, Chair? And then, Chair, lastly, Chair, given the 10% of school infrastructure remain poor or very poor condition, what is the realistic timeline for eliminating unsafe infrastructure? And why is always 76% of education infrastructure grant being spent by mid-January 2026? And what are the consequences that are there for provinces? And then lastly, Chair, I would have received a compelling submission that the allegations that there was a post in the departmental office of communications, and there's allegations of seriousness of interference, Chair, whereby it's alleged that the ministerial key individuals who are from the ministerial office ministry would have individually went to the human resource department, allegedly saying to them that they must smuggle in CVs that were never captured, firstly when the advertisement was done, so that they can be preferred and be identified as those who want to be appointed as the ICT. It's a serious concern that came to my attention. And I would like the DG to look onto the matter because it deals with administrative vis-a-vis political administrative powers of the ministry and how the DG plays oversight on administrative side. And I will want to come get a report as an individual to say, is there any allegations of that nature where 2 CVs were brought back by individuals from the ministerial office, and then they've got requested HR to illegally smuggle in CVs, even though those individuals did not apply accordingly, so they can deprive those who applied accordingly. I would want to be clarified. Other than that, Chair, one is quite concerned on the state of readiness, but my questions will give effect. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Law. Honorable, you're done.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourselves, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, as well as their department. Honorable Chair, compliments on the start of the 2026 school year. I don't think we've really greeted each other with regards to that, since this is our first official meeting for the year. Let me acknowledge the hard work that goes into preparing schools, educators, and administrators to welcome learners back into classroom after the holiday break, as we can see in this presentation. I'd also like to echo the sentiments of colleagues in extending our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the families and school communities who suffered tragic losses in recent weeks. Of course, notably the 12 learners who have tragically lost their lives in the Vaal. But I'd also like to wish to honor the memory of the grade 11 learner who was recently fatally stabbed at MD Motenalo Secondary School in Mpumalanga. This is a tragedy that underscores ongoing concerns about safety on school premises, and we've also read in recent news reports several incidents of aggressive behavior and safety concerns on the grounds of our schools. Chair, importantly, we need to acknowledge also the class of 2025, of course, for their hard-earned matric results, the learners, teachers, and school leaders that really persevered, and their commitment to excellence is really a source of pride to our nation. We'd like to welcome also the emphasis that early childhood development remains an essential foundation for lifelong education success. It's crucial that the department continues to work with provinces, local government, civil society, and the private sector to empower ECD centers, improve operational systems, and ensure that every child has access to quality early learning opportunities, and that every ECD center also has the capability to reach appropriate registration levels, as had been mentioned in the presentation. I won't ask many questions on learner placement, Chair, since we've decided that we'll meet separately with provinces where this is specifically a pressure for the department. But I would like to know, some time ago, Gauteng had mentioned that they place learners where they prefer or where the preference is indicated on the application. And if schools become too congested when it comes to this preference, they auto-place to schools where there is space. Do I recall correctly that this is the practice? And then how does this affect transport costs? As we've seen that 10,000 learners in Gauteng are not transported. And is this practice also done in other provinces? Then when it comes to learning and teaching support material, Chair, while textbook and stationery have largely been procured, we can see that delivery to KZN and the Northern Cape is significantly low. And the reasons given is that it's due to budget constraints. And so many schools that are struggling with the delivery of textbooks are also struggling with the delivery of stationery and workbooks. Does this mean that there are currently learners in these provinces that where a 0 is indicated, KZN, who do not have the materials required to learn? And what is the mitigation measures that the province will put in place if the department is aware? Then with regards to post-provisioning, Chair, the presentation outlines mitigation measures for filling vacant posts in Western Cape and KZN, but not in Gauteng. Is there some sort of mitigation measure or strategy that the province is going to implement to deal with the issue of post-provisioning in their province? Chair, I've already highlighted the issue of safety.
But when it comes to infrastructure, how many schools still fail the minimum safety standards? If the department has stats on that, would they please provide that? Or alternatively, I don't mind receiving that respond in writing, because surely it would contain a lot of information. And then regarding the National School Nutrition Program, Chair, we can see that there are is stats on how many schools are offering the National School Nutrition Program. But I don't have a clear understanding of how many schools should be offering in the provinces that are outlined here. So could we possibly receive the percentage of delivery when it comes to that per province? So in other words, if we are saying that 40 or let's say 1,259 schools are receiving the participating in the NSNP, is that the number of schools that should be participating according to the department statistics? And then just a closing concern, Chair, inputs, of course, they matter, but outcomes also tell us where the system is working for learners. Does the department track at the beginning of the school year, grade 3 and 4 learners when it comes to their capability to read, and then measure that against their performance at the end of the year, so that we can assess whether learners in that grade can read for meaning? And this also applies to grade 6 learners when it comes to the minimum maths competency. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Yordan. Honorable Komani.
Hey. A go go leboga kgale ke ra wena modulasetulo ke laetse gore ke tla te kgopella tshwarelo bo morago wa ka ke ra environment ke le go mo go yona e ka dira gore motlho mongwe le shishimishi ditsebe ke mo airport jalo ka gore jalo ke be ke lebeletse gore ke tlilo ba ye mo kopa ke tamishi ba mphato ka moka le bo di-ministera go ya ka go latelana le ba mphato ba bona ke laetse gore re amogela presentation ka tsela ye e ilego ka gona ngwana kgoši o itsutsuru pele re a leboga. Then di-point tša rena ke tše kopano. My first point is we really understand and consider the situation of our department. But my question is, why is our department not growing on resolving issues? Because it is like we are swimming on the same pool every year. We experience what we have experienced last year, and even next year we are still going to experience it. I just like the word of the presenter when she said she just want to, by the time you are calling her for time, she said she just want to illustrate how nicely clean they are on the paper, but on the practice, dololo. Then so why I'm saying this? I'm saying this on the level of the admission and placement. We still have children who properly applied from November last year, and they are not considered when a school are opening. We got a case, for an example, we got a case in Potchefstroom, reference number 1211. That is in a school called Postma High School in Potchefstroom. The mother applied last year, and the learner have never been placed. Then so we want to know what is that really pushing for our children not to be placed, while others who come after those who applied in time, they have been taken to the consideration. Another case in which is very touching, we got an officer, warrant officer, who is working for the South African Police Services. She applied in Western Cape at Eden Mead High School, at Fairmont High School, at Tigerberg High School. Because of her duty, they requested her to get her children closer in case if she knocked up off later, then she can know how to do her children. The Department of Police, they also make recommendation for that a parent, but that parent has never been considered. I'm asking myself a question: if an official of a certain department can just be neglected to that standard, what about us, we of the lower loads? How are we going to be treated? I even take this thing to to be considered in the department. I gave it to Mr. Mahata so that she can look into it. If you can see the importance of the parent that she is doing in her department, you can see that by traumatizing her of not taking her child, it is costing the whole country. Then so if the department can see F and X, that they don't look the same, then so we are led by people who they are not supposed to lead our department. And then my other question is this: I just want to know the reason for mobile classes. Why did the government or the department come up with the process of or strategy of bringing the mobile classes? If it was of the medicating the situation, why is it found in a school for about more than 10 years or for about 7 years, whereby school is not erected, no foundation, nothing? And then if you look into the floors of the mobile classrooms, are all finished, that our teachers are in danger and they are better because they are elders. What about our children if we receive teachers in hospital because of mobile classes? If you have a question on that, go at KZN Ulundi at what 16, there is a school called Baba Nangwa primary school. Since it was there for 7 years or 8 years as a primary, but no development, then we want to know from our department, when is it that they are going to learn from their mistakes? And then when we come to the issue of the LTSM, that one is a scam. Because if you can look, we got the schools that the department is registered in their books. But when we go to a school in Elias Motwaledi Sukukune, in name of Rakuduana Primary School, we found to it that that school on the 19th, it has for the first time a grade 12, but nothing was delivered. Isn't that demoralizing our children, whom we expect them to be the leaders or to succeed you on the position you are sitting today and not taking care of them? And then the other thing again, I want to hear and understand from the department, what is the take or the mechanism on schools that are built on a private land? Because the very same school, Raguruana land, is hard to develop the school. Even the department itself is hard to do the development because the school, it has been started by a white man and it's on a private land by hearsays, in which if you can do the follow-up, even the very same person who's saying is owning that land will find it's not his because the land was stolen and no one have a title deed of them. Then so we want to hear from the government department that what is the take mechanism that the department will bring on over the schools that are built on the private school, because they themselves, they failed to do the development for the children because the landlord claims that they don't need more a development on that. And then I hear my background, it will irritate more. Chairperson, let me just stop here for respect of the committee. Thank you very much.
Your time was up anyway, Honorable Command. Honorable Mgadi?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I take this opportunity to greet honorable members of the Portfolio Committee
and greeting all protocol observed. Chairperson, let me open it. Sorry for disturbance. Sorry for my okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Department of Education. Given that as of 28th January 2026, there were still 0.80% of grade R learners, approximately 6,052 children. And
Is it just me or have we lost Honorable Mkadi?
We've lost her, Chair.
He's lost Chair Lady.
learners, approximately for the 0.97 serviced. Yes, Chairperson.
Your network is a bit unstable. We had
Yes,
lost you for
yes,
some
yes,
time.
yes.
I know
Yes.
you are conducting
You are here
over.
now.
Yeah, I know you are busy conducting oversight. What will assist you is for you to send Mr. Brown the list of your questions.
Okay, Chairperson, can I go through?
Yes.
Yes, my question, Chairperson. What specific time-bound intervene plans are in place in province like Western Cape, which had the lowest placement rates for grade R and grade 8, and the Northern Cape lowest grade is grade 1. To ensure these learners are placed in suitable school without further delay, the second question, the report states that as of 28th January 2026, KZN and Northern Cape were the only province that had not yet placed textbook orders for the 2026 academic year due to engagement with provincial treasurers. What is the precise expected date for the finalization of these funding engagements and the subsequent placement of orders? And what contingency measurements are being implemented to prevent disruption to teaching and learning in this province while textbooks are procured to delivered? And the third one, in Q3 of the 2025 to 2026 financial year, KZN reported both the highest number of food handlers and the highest number of vacancy, 91 national totally, with KZN having the most. For the NSNP, what are the root causes for these higher vacancy rates in KZN specifically, and what targeted step is the department taking to fill this critically position to ensure the constancy and effective delivery of meals to the 9,486,544 learners who depend on the program? Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'm sorry about my network.
Thank you, Honorable Mkadi.
Thank you.
But still do submit the list of your questions to Mr. Brown, because there were areas where we could not hear you, so that your questions can be effectively responded to. We are now moving to Honorable Ngobo. Then we'll move to Mamkaba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to you, greetings to the honorable members, and also greetings to the Minister and the Deputy, and greetings to the officials of the department. Chairperson, I'll start with the sensitive one, but I will handle it with understanding that it is sensitive. Now, I just want to, one understands that learner placements take place in terms of a particular policy for admission. Now, I'm worried about the school, and I'm not going to be naming a school, but it has been on the media for quite a long time now. The department, I know, is well aware of that case. What happens if a school has a policy, if it is a policy that was guiding the school, that allows the school to, out of 1,500 pupils as enrollment, take, or learners, take 500, which is a third, 500 learners who come from other countries. I'm running away from using the words like illegal or something similar to that. Rather, maybe not coming from South Africa, when there are South Africans that were also needing space. I'm just asking this question genuinely. I'm not being political about it. What is the take of the department, particularly in terms of correcting this? I heard in the media again that the department, provincial department, is trying to put this right by trying to accommodate the local would-be learners elsewhere. One does not know whether that has really happened. I was interested in following that up, but I think the national department has done so because these are its provinces anyway. May one get some maybe clarity on that one? I also wanted to check what 100% placement would mean. For instance, in the Free State, in KZN, and in Northwest, I remember seeing those in a slide. What would that mean? Does it mean? Let me not unpack it. But I was just thinking along the lines of saying maybe it means there was a certain ball figure as an expectation of the school. Say maybe it expected to have about 500 learners, and they have reached that 500. Now, does it mean there is no single learner that is going to be admitted? What is 100% placement mean? It was my second one, Chairperson. Maybe the third one, I'm not going to spend time on it because I remember one honorable member asking something similar. I think I will be covered when it gets responded to. If not, I will pick it up during the second round. But it was in connection with Western Cape, with the lowest or lower learner placement. So let me just leave it at that. I will only pick it up if I'm not satisfied with the response. Now, again, this one has been asked, but no, I feel like saying something on it. Textbook in KwaZulu-Natal, textbook 0. Nothing has been ordered, if I am right, due to problems that were cited, but it leaves us simply asking questions that cannot be answered if the department does not take it further, because we're talking about education here. If the learner does not have a textbook, how is that a learner? There's going to be no learning, proper learning in the whole province. Proper learning, if one looks at this picture, which is worsened by the fact that the stationery has been ordered, but has not yet been delivered. At least it has been ordered but not been delivered. I'm not putting this in a question form, but the department has heard what the question is around this. Can the department take us into confidence, really, as to what the feeling is in terms of education, teaching and learning that is expected to be taking place in this province as well? Post-provisioning norm, Chairperson. I just want to ask one simple question, I think, yes. It's in connection with the excess educators, as they were called then, relocating them. Specific question maybe it differs from one province to the other. Is the principal of a school, or does the principal of a school also fall under this category of educators that can be moved from one school to the other? I just wish to get a direct answer, and I'll give a reason for my question. I'm just next to a school that is in a process of receiving a school principal from another school, simply because that school principal is in excess there. And I don't understand it. I don't understand what happened in that school. What I know is that in this school where this principal is going to be fielded into, the principal has is retiring. If one can get a direct answer on this one. Or again, is my time?
Honorable
Again,
Nobo,
okay.
yes, the 5 minute allocation is up.
Oh, okay. Just the last one, then, Chairperson. Maybe let me just go straight to the last one. Eastern Cape upskilling. My problem, I think it's ECD here, under ECD. I don't understand it when they say there's no need for them to be accommodated under this. What miracles did they have? I'm not going to be continuing, Chairperson. I wanted to ask a question about the infrastructure and how they're going to be dealing with the IT department, for instance, in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and most probably KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Due to floods. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Kabanchaba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm audible, Chair. I am audible, Chair.
You are audible, Ma'am Kaba.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you, Chair, and all honorable members who are in the platform and the Department of Basic Education. Chairperson, I won't be long because I did send my question to Mr. Brown right now because I are too long. Now I'll be having just one question for now. Chair, in the department, what assurance can the department provided that the high levels of reported readiness for 2026 will translate into equitable, safe, and effective learning environment for all learners, particularly those who are in historically disadvantaged community. I'm asking this chairperson because the the school in Katlehong, the name of the school is not the first time, Chair, I'm raising this issue in this committee. The name of the school is Eketseng Secondary School in Katlehong, Chair. That school, there is no safety in the school. School is not safe. As all of us, we know that the safety at the school is paramount because of incidents that are happening at schools every time and again and every year. Now, Chair, Iketseng, Chair, is not, it doesn't have any security. As we know, there is a budget cut. They were saying to us there was a budget cut when we were conducting our back to school at school. There was a budget cut. Now they don't have money to pay security. As we speak, the school experiences a lot of burglary during the December holidays. It was broken into and 338 stationary pegs were stolen. That school is not safe at all. Department, chairperson, please, department, help schools to get a safety environment. I thank you, Chair. I did send my question because are too long, are many, to Mr. Brown. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I hope we've covered all members who had raised their hands. Okay, just few questions from myself. One, understanding the issue of KZN, that the textbooks we're speaking about, firstly, does it affect all grades? So because our understanding is that there is a retrieval system, so meaning in other grades, it might not be all learners who don't have textbooks. So perhaps what will assist us to have a view or a picture of how severe the situation is understanding in other grades exactly how many learners have not received textbooks, because they would have covered a certain portion through the retrieval system. That's the first question. Because when you say zero, and this is what Honorable Ngobo was saying, when you say zero, in all our minds, it's really alarming. It means the past 2 weeks that schools have opened, learning and teaching did not take place in the KZN province. So you need to tell us exactly, and the province need to advise us in terms of the textbooks that they have in the system, that they had in the system, which they are able to maintain or they were able to maintain through the retrieval system. How many learners are exactly affected by this non-delivery of textbooks? And how have they handled the foundation phase? Because the foundation phase, majority of the books are literally workbooks. So it's a textbook, but it's a workbook because learners utilize those books for their exercises. So meaning you can't use it again. You can't retrieve the book and use it for utilization. So how have they handled the foundation phase? So we need to have in our minds a picture of how many learners are affected by this. And is learning and teaching Has learning and teaching taken place, and how is it taking place? Do they have then the budget to make those copies that you've spoken about? Are there schools in the KZN province that are requesting parents, especially free schools, requesting parents to purchase textbooks to deal with the shortfall? That's the first question. And that also goes to Northern Cape because only 11% of textbooks have been delivered. So also we need to get the number of the learners that are actually affected by this shortfall. Now, to the issue of the ECDs, the ECD centers that are at bronze level, you are saying there's an allocation of more than 400 million for funding to assist these ECDs that are at bronze level to bring them to silver level. And my question is how? Exactly how do you allocate this funding? And I'll tell you why. Because when we've engaged with ECDs, the complex arrangement that PEDs tell us is that, remember, ECDs are privately owned. So they're privately owned. So when we go to different ECDs, even when we conduct our back to school monitoring, you find that there is challenges with an infrastructure in the ECD. Maybe let's say sanitation. You still have pit latrine toilets in this ECD, and you ask the department says it's very complex because this ECD is privately owned and government can't provide or build on a privately owned land. So how are we going to assist them? Because majority of the ECDs that are still at the bronze level, the challenges as per the social workers assessment is sanitation, especially in your rural areas. So I can tell you for sure that 80% of those ECDs that are at bronze status are in rural communities. Sanitation. And when you ask the department, how are you going to intervene? They say the difficulty is that they're privately owned. So I want to know how do people qualify for that funding? What do you look at? What are you funding exactly? That then brings them. Is it targeted? Because obviously, as per the assessment, you will know why an ECD center is at a bronze level and what they need to comply with to at least move to silver level. What is it that the ones that are bronze level, because already you've got an idea, what is it that they're lacking? Which in their majority, what is it that they're lacking and how are you going to intervene there? Now, also, the breakdown, we need a breakdown of the demographics of these 1.3 million children that are accessing ECD centers. I know you might not have that information. I'm also requesting that you submit it in writing. The conditions of schools and the infrastructure and your classification of very poor. I don't know if this is your updated data. But what I want to know is that can you with everything under oath say to us this data you've provided is accurate? Are you being accurate when you say only about 12% or 10% of the schools are in a very poor infrastructure state? Because I don't agree with your stats. I don't agree with it. I don't know what kind of mechanisms, because the minister was speaking about verification of the data you receive from provinces. Do you verify the data you receive from provinces as it relates to infrastructure? Because I don't think it's accurate. What you have, I don't see it. I don't think it's accurate. Otherwise, if we only had 10% of the schooling infrastructure being very poor, we wouldn't have much to argue about ourselves and you, because if it is 10%, there would be a clear stated out plan on how you are going to eventually deal with that 10%. It is not 10%. I don't think it is, especially in your rural provinces. I don't think it's 10%, and I don't think that information is accurate. So I want to hear from you if you're putting your head on the block to say, you've verified this information in terms of the state of schooling infrastructure, that you can for sure tell us that it's 10%. The last one, it's there is 69% spending. So there's serious underspending in the Western Cape on the different infrastructure grants. And I want to hear what causes the underspending, especially when you've got schools in the townships where there is serious pressure for additional classrooms, where there is serious overcrowding. In your engagements with the PED in the Western Cape, what causes this underspending? That they are the only province that spend at 60% and other provinces spend at 70% and above. The grade 10 performance. All over when we go to visit schools, we look at the overall performance, especially for secondary schools, overall performance, and grade 10 performance is still a challenge. What are the turnaround plans of the department to manage that transition? Because the reason is the same and we understand it, but how then do we master that transition? Because schools are saying, remember, that's when learners are transitioning to the FET phase, but that's also when they choose streams and they struggle the first year. So how do we prepare our learners so that there's a better transition, especially at grade 10? I think I'm going to leave it at that. Just lastly to say, the grade R enrollment, because that is also part and parcel of the implementation of the Basic Education Law Amendment Act. In terms of all other provinces, how is the Western Cape improving on the levels of their grade R enrollment? Because in the past year, when we engaged with all the provinces and the PEDs on the Bella Act implementation, Western Cape was the only province with serious challenges in terms of implementing fully the grade R in placements and admissions. So I want to know, have they improved in this year's report? And if they have not improved, how are we going to ensure that the Western Cape complies and improves in terms of the implementation of compulsory grade R? Because when we engaged with them previously, they were the only province that were indicating that they have serious challenges. I'm going to leave it there. Those are my questions, and allow the minister to lead the team in responses. DM and the DG, you'll come in. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for the questions from the honourable members. I will try and run through them pretty quickly. Honourable Lowe asks about the issue around the KZN and scholar transport. In fact, let me just maybe let me start here, because I think he raises an important question, where he says, how does the DBE measure school readiness? Is it compliance driven, or are we looking at a complete picture? And I think it's such an important question, because more than anything, while we do collect statistics, and this comes up to your later question about verification. Of course, we collect statistics that inform a dashboard, which Ms. Gaya would have shown you on the dashboard. And this information is collected through the PEDs. And we have to get that information from the PEDs, because they're the ones who are the owners of that information. And so school readiness, as I indicated in my opening remarks, is not just about compliance and saying, have you done this and this? But of course, in collecting the data, you have to make sure that you are scientific in the way in which you are doing things. School readiness, for me, as I indicated in my opening remarks, is more than just about placing of learners. It's about, do you have the LTSM? Is scholar transport on track? Do you have the NSNP in place? And so, no, we don't look at it just from a compliance point of view, Honourable Lowe, and that's why I indicated also in my opening remarks that I have been having regular engagements with the MECs, because we've been looking at specific and particular indicators on how ready are they for 2026. Then the question also comes around the 39% on scholar transport in KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, we have obviously been here before where we've come to account and indicated that KwaZulu-Natal is under dire financial constraints. And these financial constraints span over a long period of time. It is born from a number of reasons, and some have been because of poor financial management over the years. And so we're in a situation where KwaZulu-Natal, instead of spending 80% of their budget on goods and in compensation of employees, they're spending 93% of their budget. And so once that starts to happen, you start to run into shortfalls. And of course, honorable members, there's no legal or financial instrument through which a province can be bailed out by a national department. And that's why the Deputy Minister and myself have been engaging with the province. The DG has regularly been engaging with the province to try and assist, because the additional money that they need has to come from the province. Or even when the Minister of Finance responds, or even when the Minister of Finance tables the budget, he'll be able to do so, but he's going to be giving each and every province their equitable share. And so there isn't a legal or financial instrument through which you can say we will give an additional amount to KwaZulu-Natal because of these and these reasons. So yes, the picture is not looking good in terms of the scholar transport, but we are aware of it, and they are aware that we are completely monitoring the situation, and regular also interventions with the Premier himself is also important, because we need to rectify that number, because it means that a number of learners who do deserve scholar transport, they are not getting it. Then Honorable Molo also asked the question about disaster management and how it is that we, I suppose, making sure that we mitigate against disasters. I think, look, the reality of the matter is, this is a question I think that the rest of the world is grappling with. And how do you build infrastructure that can withstand natural disasters? And it's deeply unfortunate that, of course, these two provinces were badly affected in Mpumalanga and Limpopo by the floods. But I'm also quite pleased with how the provinces were quickly able to get kids back to school as soon as possible. But at the time, we had to obviously prioritize the safety of the learners, and they had to therefore then delay the start. But I think the broader problem for me here, Honorable Low, is we've got within COCTA, there is disaster management relief funds. You'll recall the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal were recipients of those funds. But my concern is that, one, we don't always see movement very quickly from a COCTA point of view in releasing of those funds. And also sometimes provinces are not using those funds to be able to rectify some of the schools that have been damaged. And that's problematic. And so even COCTA itself is having a conversation with itself about how do we budget for natural disasters? Because of course, by nature of these things are unpredictable. And so I think it's a broader question that I think government should engage itself with on what is it, how do you budget for a disaster that is yet to happen, that has not happened yet? Then Honorable Jordan asked about the NSNP and which schools are receiving. So the statistics that we have is 9.7 million learners are receiving the NSNP allocation, which amounts to 10 billion rand. I'll ask the DG to come in here on how schools are identified, whether it's around the quintile system or not. Then the issue around grade 3 testing and grade 6 testing, Honorable Jordan, that you raised, I think it's an important one. As you know, we have appointed the National Education and Training Council. That one of the questions that they're looking at is essentially, our progression and our testing requirements in the system, and they'll be able to advise, and we'll be able to come back to the committee to really advise on what the experts in the system are saying where we should be going. Honorable Gomani asked the question about why we're not growing capacity to be able to respond to these to the growing concern. And I think it's an important question because the reality here, my honorable members, is that our system is growing exponentially in terms of numbers and great pressure. And yet the fiscal envelope has not always kept up. Over the past 10 years, the CFO would even be able to explain this to you. Over the past 10 years, basic education generally has been on the receiving end, a very sharp receiving end of austerity measures. And now these austerity measures are coming to catch up with us because ultimately the system is now growing and there's pressure. So I also, without necessarily, because of course you're going to engage with the provinces individually, without necessarily saying, coming in before you've interrogated them. I do want to also say that provinces are under tremendous pressure for admissions, in particular. Gauteng and Western Cape are the worst hit because, of course, they are big economic hubs. And so as people are seeking economic opportunities, they will always go there. Even in my engagements with the MECs last year, one of the things they said, look, we're putting contingency plans in place to try and receive the pressure, but we will never be able to tell you what kind of numbers we will see in terms of late applications. They are what they call very late applications where people are applying in January only. And so, yes, on the one side, the system is not being able to keep up with the pressure because of austerity measures. And then on the other side, I think the issue is also that, in as much as you can plan and plan well, people's movements around the country do determine how and when you are able to accommodate learners. And then the issue you raised about LTSM that was not delivered in a Limpopo school, hopefully the department has taken note of that because that has not been flagged through our reporting. Then the other issues are, and then Honorable Ngobo, I do want to perhaps spend a little bit of time explaining the issue around learners in our system. We are bound in terms of the Constitution that every child of school-going age has to be provided an opportunity to go to school. And of course, while the issue around illegal immigration must be dealt with sharply and in a far more greater sort of coordinated government response, the reality is that we are bound by the Constitution to be able to give effect to make sure that learners have access to schools. And so that is, and in fact, over and above the Constitution, there's a Constitutional Court case that came up that says courts have further confirmed that denying children access to schooling based on migration or documentation status constitutes unfair discrimination as articulated, among others, in the Center for Child Law and others versus the Minister of Basic Education, which was a case that was done in 2019. So those are the parameters that we are operating in. And so I thought it was important perhaps for the committee to also be able to see what it is that we are guided by when it comes to the delivery of basic education. And then with the verification of data, Chair, that you raised, and that will be the last response I will give, with the verification of data, the reality here is that we have to collect data that comes from provinces. So what we've done, we've now taken extra measures to say, look, when you send us data, the HOD of that province has to sign off that data. Because, of course, it would take a tremendous amount of time to go while we do it as part of our monitoring and evaluation and our oversight in provinces. But for instance, in instances like this where you need information very quickly, it's important that the provinces themselves give us actual credible data, because we can't plan unless if the provinces are fudging the numbers. And that's why I've been quite clear and quite strong with the MECs to say, make sure that your HODs are giving us numbers that are accurate and numbers that you yourselves have verified and that you yourselves can champion. Because it's only then that we can have this data and this dashboard that we've presented before you today. So we tried to make sure that there are steps in place to make sure that verification is happening, but it has to be stemming from a place of honesty, and also greater accountability at a provincial level, and that MECs have to make sure that even the data they themselves sign off is actually accurate. So, Deputy Minister, I don't know if there's anything you would like to add, and then the DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Greetings again to the chairperson and the honorable members in the platform. Greetings to you, Minister, and all the colleagues from the department. Minister, I think you have covered a sizable number of the questions that I would have loved to respond to, and you covered them the same way I would have covered them. Just to add on the KwaZulu-Natal LTSM, the question was, how are they affected? We say, and there was a question about, do they have copies? Minister indicated that their money may not be sufficient to make copies for all the learners for textbooks. But what we must know is that it's not 100% lack of textbooks. Textbooks were there. It's just that they may not be in a position to buy 100% top up is a top up that we're talking about. Then only in new schools and in schools where additional grades are added that we might be facing challenges. But generally in the schools that existed before, they do have form of textbooks. They might be old, they might be whatever. So we encourage learners to share and teachers to encourage them to share. So we cannot say here with our neck straight to say, yes, we might make copies, because even minister indicated that the money, that the norms and standard, they are not paid according to the norm. So they may not have sufficient funds to make copies for the learners. So on the, I think DG will cover this one, the schools on private land. There are places where we might not have land, or schools as existed in private land. So we have an agreement with the landowner, whether he provides the school or we build the school in the private land, then we agree even on tariffs, how much are we going to pay, whether he provides the facilities or we provide in that private land. So normally they provide, then we pay the rent as the department. On admission, which minister has covered, especially all the schools in South Africa, all the provinces, 9 provinces, they open admission in May for the following year, so that by August they are done, they close admission for them to be able to plan. That's why in July, not even August, in July they close, so that they start preparing for the following year. That's why admission is open now in May. I know my child will be entering grade 1 next year because it's doing grade R. Then I apply this year for next year in May, June, and July. Even if my child is at the primary school to do grade 8 in the secondary school, I apply this year for next year, because these are the most critical grades, grade 1 and grade R, grade 1 and grade 8. Then the other grades, it's when parents are being moved from one area. Maybe you're working in Bloemfontein, now I'm changed to work in Pretoria. That's why we allow what we call walk-ins. And even in our planning, we allow for 10% of whatever that might come contingents, 10%, that if there were walk-ins, there will be books for those children, 10%. When we order stationery, let's say we order for 500, we allow 10% of that 500, so that if they had given space for walk-ins, then they are able to get. That's why the other grades other than grade 1 and grade 8 are a bit problematic in terms of admission if you are moving from one school to another, but that is allowed. Then there's a question on the practical steps that are taken on filling of vacancies. When a vacancy has occurred, then the department at the provincial level will issue a circular indicating all those vacancies for people to apply. The process starts at a school level, headed by the SGP and the circuit manager. Then they fill the post. That's why sometimes we are surprised when we hear a circuit manager, not a circuit manager, an SGP complaining that, yeah, they are not filling posts, because that process starts at school level. Except when it's a new post, then we must see if there's availability of funds. But the post provisioning norm is issued in September, so that schools must know, like when we say all the admission processes are done in July, so that August, September, we do the planning, we do the post provisioning. Schools start appointments as early as this year for next year, if they know that there are teachers that will be retiring by the end of this year, and that post is there, is funded, it must be filled. So it starts at the school level. So unless we're in its new post altogether, that the post establishment maybe has given, but if we issue it, we issue it because there's money. So it must start at that level for the post to be filled. There are questions on infrastructure and underspending on infrastructure, not only in Eastern Cape, but in other provinces, which I believe that the DG and the DTG responsible for infrastructure will be able to add on that one, Minister, which I think you were not covered that much. Thank you, Minister. We can allow other colleagues to come in.
Thank you so much, DM. The DG, is he in the meeting? He had indicated that he would.
I am, Minister.
Okay, all right, okay, cool. I was just explaining that you had indicated that you'd had connectivity issues, but please, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair of the Committee, and Honorable Members. Minister and DM have comprehensively covered a number of questions, Honorable Chair. Just to say that in terms of disaster management in government, it's been a challenge, to be quite honest, in my career in government. But there's a silver lining, because in the last MINCOM bar that I attended, for the first time, I heard the Minister of Finance and the DG of Treasury saying, government for the first time is considering insuring property, especially property that gets destroyed by natural disasters, because natural disasters have become perennial. They are no longer occasional. Government historically has never insured anything because it was not cost effective to insure for government. But government is now considering to insure because it can't carry the cost of the perennial damage to properties and damages that accrue from natural disasters. And insurance companies have been approached for that. And that's why I'm saying there's a silver lining. I never thought it would happen in my lifetime in the public service. And here it is, it's happening because of perennial disasters caused, of course, by global warming and other factors that contribute to it. So I'm saying there's something that lies in the horizon which will get government to manage the damages caused by natural disasters much better. Minister has explained as to who's the custodian of managing natural disasters in government. Is COGTA, and COGTA coordinates the whole of government. And we don't always get what should be, directed to the cost of the damage. As the minister explained, it's either half of what you have lost, or a quarter of what you have lost, or sometimes you are told, see to finish, find savings in your department. But now that government is considering ensuring property, things are going to be much better. School readiness, Minister has also explained, it does not suggest perfection. It simply suggests that you have put measures in place to get ready for whatever eventuality, and your level of readiness is this one. And I think Minister has adequately explained that one. LTSM, both DM and Minister explained, and Honorable Novo, I think you are right. It's top up of textbooks and stationery. We don't top up. You provide 100% afresh, because learners are expected to use stationery from year to year. And therefore, the situation is not really that bad, even in KZN, because they do have textbooks and their retention and retrieval rate is quite high. If your retention and retrieval rate is high, you do have textbooks that you can give to learners. It might be that some learners might have to share, which is not desirable, but you do have textbooks. It doesn't suggest that you don't have textbooks at all. But as soon as we replace catalog, we'll have to buy textbooks for everyone. And we have just processed the catalog for the foundation phase. We have not reached that point as yet. So there are textbooks in the system. It's not doom and gloom, but as I've explained, the retrieval rate is a hope. The learner transport story, the minister has explained it. KZN is under Section 18 of the TFMA. It's in serious financial dire straits. The Premier of KZN is doing his bit together with the MEC for Finance and MEC for Education to salvage basic education in KZN. But it's under Section 18. But it's not a new problem. Honorable Novo will remember that KZN has been struggling with accruals, struggling with overdrafts of 4 billion, 6 billion, over 20 years. And the fact that it has come to this point is a problem that has been precipitating over a number of years. Honorable Jordan, well, how do we determine learners who are supposed to get feeding? First is quintile 1 to 3, which is mandatory. Poverty ranking of schools is quintile 1 to 3. Quintile 4 and 5 schools, some of the quintile 4 and 5 schools, provinces use their discretion to look at the situation of those schools of quintile 4 and 5 and whether they could be included for feeding or not. Gauteng and Western Cape have done so in instances where there was compelling reasons or a compelling case for such schools. We can give you the number of schools per province who are receiving feeding. Dr. Whittle can do that. We can provide that to the portfolio committee. Tracking of literacy and numeracy over and above the work of the National Education Training Council that the minister talked about. We do use EGRA, early grade reading, where learners are tested across all grades in terms of literacy and numeracy. So we do that at school level. Honorable Komane, I think the minister explained this, the problem becomes complex every year. From a distance, you might think that we are grappling with the same issues year in and year out. If you examine the data of people who are looking for placement, particularly for Gauteng and Western Cape, you'll appreciate that you are not dealing with the same data and the same complexity every year. Maybe you might be right. It's always grade R, grade 1 and grade 8, because those are entry levels in our schooling system. But the wage is different every year from both, particularly Western Cape and Gauteng. And then I do sympathize with the subs officer who are struggling to get placement. We do assist where we can to work with provinces to get their children placed. I do have letters that I can even provide as evidence, even to the committee, where we indicate, where people said, "Thank you very much, you've managed to help me," but not all of them, but we are able to assist, to be quite honest. Mobile classrooms. The purpose of a mobile classroom, Honorable Komani, your understanding is absolutely correct, which I share. It's for temporary use, not for permanent use. 20 years would just be too much, but it reflects the challenges that the sector is faced with in terms of, building permanent structures such as brick and mortar. But mobile units or mobile classrooms are meant for temporary provision and not permanent. That's why they become dilapidated and become dangerous, as they would usually be if you extend them beyond the period that they are supposed to be used. So that would be my explanation there. And Mr. Mafuku is in the meeting, could assist also if there's any. Ferdinand Postman, a parent who struggles with the placement of learners, we're happy to follow up on that case and to see how we can assist there. And other schools that you might have mentioned, which I didn't capture properly, but I heard Ferdinand Postman from Potchefstroom, which I know the school very well, would be in contact with you to get the details to find out whether we could assist in any way there. And then the same applies to Rafuana Primary School, which had grade 12 for the first time. I would like to get more details of that from Limpopo to see how we can work with the province to make sure that that school is supported and the first time grade 12 learners in that school are not left to their own device or their own means. School built on private property, they are usually referred to as Section 14 schools of the South African Schools Act. The Deputy Minister has eloquently addressed this one. An agreement is entered into between the department and owners of the property on how the facilities are going to be used, the investment the investment that government will be making on the facilities, and if there's a fee that is charged by the owner, an agreement is entered into between the department and the owner. So that's what Section 14 would provide for. And Honorable Mgadi, specific interventions for placement in the Western Cape and Northern Cape. I think the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Chair, you've called Western Cape and Gauteng, and I think I was part of the engagement that you had with those provinces. There was an understanding that there's going to be a follow-up, and I really appreciate such an initiative from the Portfolio Committee to put its own pressure in addition to the pressure that the Minister is really putting on these provinces and others. And what I can say is that things seem to be getting much better now, especially ever since you also called these two provinces to come and account to the Portfolio Committee. Northern Cape, in terms of textbooks, they have assured me, both the MEC and the HOD, that money has now been received from the provincial treasury through the intervention of the premiers, both premiers, and it looks like, although the procurement of stationery is late, but they at least managed to get money for procurement in both provinces, Northern Cape and KZN. Highest vacancies in KZN in particular, also food handlers. I think both Minister and DM also explained the situation in KZN in particular, that KZN is under provincial administration. Section 18 suggests provincial administration. They can't spend, they can't do, they can't fill their posts unless provincial treasury says yes. And that's the difficulty. And my wish is that it doesn't last longer than a year. If it goes beyond a year, it will destroy that department. I've seen departments being destroyed by Section 18 if you know, it goes under that for too long. What does 100% placement mean? It means those learners who applied for admission or who needed to be placed have been placed. They might have not been placed in schools of preference or schools of you know, first choice, but they have been placed according to the update of the information that we would have received. Honorable Ngobo, a policy to allow 500 out of 1,500 learners as children of foreign nationals. There shouldn't be such a policy. If it does exist, it would be deemed, in my own narrow understanding, to be unconstitutional. And in my own view as the administrator, you don't make preference of which nationalities you'd like to take in your school in terms of your policy. That policy would be regular, and it will be deemed as such. But what I would rather do is to get facts through the provincial education department, whether the issue of 500 versus 1,500 are the facts on the ground. If that is the facts on the ground, then we need to intervene, and we'll take this up with the KZN Department of Education. I know that you avoided mentioning the name, and then we did have a meeting with KZN, and they have explained themselves regarding this matter, and the issue of 500 versus 1,500 didn't arise. And in their view, even the numbers that are bandied around in public, they are actually not the facts on the ground, according to the KZN Department of Education. The stationery has been ordered in KZN, but there are some schools that have not received it. The deadline is the 12th of this month, from the meeting we had with them this week at KZN. Excess educators, does the principal fall under this category? Indeed, yes. If the enrollment of the school goes to the point where the level, like usually post levels of principals, the lowest will be 3, it will be post level 4 to post level 5. And if the number of learners have gone so low that the post level of the principal can no longer be sustained in that school, that principal has to be redeployed to a school of the relevant number of learners where the principal could still maintain the post and continue to be paid benefits that are relevant to the post. It does happen. Principals do get redeployed as well. Honorable Taba, high levels of readiness, does it translate to effective learning and teaching as well as safety? An example of a school of Iketeng does not have money to pay for security. We'll have to investigate and find out as to what is the situation regarding this school. We don't actually provide schools for money to pay for security. We provide norms and standards for school funding, Sometimes they use that to pay the school guard, not even security school guard, just to look after the school. Honorable Chair, textbook situation in KZN and Northern Cape, I've explained about that. It's really about retrieval in terms of textbooks, but stationary, I've explained what's happening in KZN. How will the foundation phase will benefit from retrieval? Grade R, we provide workbooks every year, but over and above workbooks, textbooks are also provided for grade R. Ms. Geyer will explain the issue of the movement from bronze to silver using funding. Is the data accurate? The standard practice is that our data is signed off by the head of the department. If the head of the department has signed off the data, we accept it as valid and acceptable. And how do we verify it? As we visit and monitor schools, as I'm doing right now, we keep on checking to validate the data that has been provided to us. But we had physical verification of education employees and learners, and that data is also going to help us to verify what we have. There was an issue about the assessment of infrastructure to poor, very poor, 10%. We use the infrastructure nomenclature and definition of the condition of the school, which is on conditional assessment. From my layman's point of view, I might see a building to be dilapidated beyond measure, but if the nomenclature of condition assessment of infrastructure says it falls within the classification of poor to very poor, and it's within the 10% threshold, we classify it as such, and Mr. Mafuku can also come in to just confirm that. Underspending in the Western Cape last week, and Mr. Mafuku can confirm that in our grants, they've told us that they've been using their equitable share money. They are now going to pass journals, which is when the passing of journals is going to help to improve their expenditure. And they do that all the time. They use their equitable share money. Before the end of the financial year, they reconcile their records by passing journals, and they are able to improve their expenditure. That's what they do, Chair, all the time. Grade 8, there are multiple factors that would contribute to the performance of grade 8, which we are addressing. It's been our focus for the past 3 years in meeting with districts now. The first thing is that the data on the performance of learners from primary schools for grade 7 is not reliable because it cannot stand the test of cognitive demands of grade 8. So it's not just that grade 8 has no teaching happening in grade 8. The validity of the standard also of grade 7, we've said high schools must work with primary schools to scaffold the standards of primary schools so that grade 7 learners, when they come to grade 8, they don't suddenly drop because it means that what they reflected in terms of their marks from grade 7 is not really valid. The other factor is the neglect in grade 8 because some teachers who are teaching grade 8 are also teaching in grade 12, and therefore they pay more attention to grade 12 than grade 8 and grade 9. In fact, you would see that the performance drops from grade 8 and gets slightly better in grade 9, but gets improved in grade 10, where subject choices are made for finally grade 12. I thought, Minister and DM, I've tried to cover what I could cover and what I could do under the circumstances that I'm in. I might have not covered everything. Oh, grade R enrollment. Yeah, we've also been worried about grade R enrollment in the Western Cape. It has gotten much better. They've shared data with us, and I think Minister and DM can attest to that. It has gotten much better. Their complaint is that the system has not been ready for grade R. We don't share that view with them because grade R, we've had it for over 20 years in the system. It's just that it was funded at 70%. And we are hoping that with the Bella Act, with the legislative impetus that we get, National Treasury will also help to direct more funding for grade R. Minister, I've done my best to cover as much as I could. Maybe if Ms. Geya could come in and Mr. Mafuku to help with others that I might have not fully responded to. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. Ms. Gaya on the bronze to silver to gold, and then Mr. Mafuku, and then I'll hand over back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. So what we do with the bronze is that we've got all the information of all of these centers now. We've gathered this information through our census that we did, but also we have gathered the information in the drive in Banapele to have all of these centers registered, which we took over from social development, but there was a backlog on this registration. So now that we have the information on bronze, we understand what are the shortcomings. They differ from one center to another, but largely, if I have to give a common area of what is not complied with, then it is two things. It's a certificate of compliance in terms of the structure, and it is a health and safety occupation certificate. And so what we do is, now there's already been reference made that all of these centers are actually not, the structure and the actual school is not owned by the state. They are privately owned, but notwithstanding that, we help them to get all of this information. So we help them if you lack a health and safety certificate. We look at what are the shortcomings in that structure that would prevent you from getting a health and safety certificate. A health and safety certificate is a very important certificate to have. And so if it is some structural problems that are there, then that's where Mr. Mafoka's program comes in as well, in terms of helping to assist these schools to get them to be safe and compliant. Also, we have a program of donor funds. A number of donors have come forward to list and be ready to assist us in terms of getting these centers, sorted out, and they want to know how they can help us. And so we approach them and ask them if they wouldn't fund certain aspects to help the bronze centers to get, the requirements that they need to make them compliant. We also have the Education Outcomes Fund, and that fund is largely utilized towards updating and assisting the bronze status to help them to transfer into silver. So yes, it's not government directly who's funding it, but we have a mechanism in place because of how these centers are arranged and how they are organized, and that's how we then assist them to get into the status of bronze. And this year in particular, a lot of what we are going to do is about focusing on changing bronze status into silver. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much. I think you may have covered then Mr. Mafuku's part. Am I correct?
I've briefly covered it. I'm not sure if he wants to elaborate a bit more.
Okay.
There's a whole program that they run in terms of how they look at the areas in the ECD's infrastructure that he may want to elaborate on.
Okay, Mr. Mafuku?
Thank you, Minister. I think Ms. Geya has articulated it quite well. That is our role in terms of ECD. But just one area that I wanted to add to from what the DG has responded to is on the area of condition assessments. Maybe from a technical point, Minister and Chair, just to indicate that a condition assessment is a recording of all elements of a facility, not only the defective or faulty components. So when we do a condition assessment, we look at the functional adequacy as well as the condition of a facility. So when you do a condition rating, it gives you the average condition of the different elements of the asset, and then you average it such that it gives you an average condition of that particular asset. So when we say we have assets that are at a condition rating 1 and 2, those are assets that need immediate attention. You still would have assets that are a condition rating 3 that are deemed to be fair, but those assets would still require some element of attention in order to address those components that might not necessarily be meeting the standards. So as DG has indicated, this is the technical part of it. To a naked eye, in some instances, you might say this building needs to be condemned, but when you go into the actual technical assessment of that building, you'd realize that actually that building is technically sound. Its integrity is still sound, and it only needs minor adjustment or minor attention in order to address its condition. So the last issue, Mr. Honorable Ngobo rather, also asked around what are we doing in terms of infrastructure that is affected by floods. What we do immediately after receiving information, we give provinces approval to reprioritize their budget. And most of the provinces rely on the education infrastructure grant, but we do not budget for floods or for storm damages because you do not know what is going to happen, where and when. So you cannot have a budget that is hanging. So what we do is to give them approval to reprioritize that budget, and then they are able to rehabilitate those schools that they are able to rehabilitate or provide temporary relief such that learning and teaching can continue. And after that, then they are able to fast track the procurement process, like utilizing the database of contractors to appoint contractors quickly to be able to rehabilitate those buildings that need immediate attention. But over and above that, then what happens? Technical assessment happens. We have started with that this week together with COCTA. Then that is where we do the detailed technical assessment, and where there is a need for major repairs, then contractors would be appointed at a later stage. Remember, we would have already provided temporary relief or temporary accommodation, and then at this stage, we will appoint contractors to do those major repairs, and COCTA would at a later stage then reimburse the PED on the amount that they have used for those repairs. And as DG has indicated, the challenge that we have is that in many, if not all instances, you'd find that COCTA reimburses even less than half or a quarter, or even less than a quarter of the money that we have used to rehabilitate our schools. But it's a matter that we addressed on an annual basis, because we do get this types of incidents almost on an annual basis, especially around November, December, January. I just wanted to add these two issues from what the DG has responded to. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, sir. Then Chair, over back to you. I think we've covered most of the questions, and then there were some of a technical nature that I think Mr. Mahada will probably need to respond in writing back to the committee. For instance, one that stands out for me is the question that Honorable Jordan asked about the actual number of schools. We can give that, as the DG said, a breakdown. And so we'll be able to provide some of the responses in writing, Chair. Thank you very much. Over back to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think with the responses that you're going to submit to the committee in writing, the issue of KZN on the top-ups, the textbook top-ups, my exact question was that how many learners are affected by that top-ups? And so please also, because we understand that through the retrieval system, there are learners that have textbooks, but there are learners that are affected. And we also asked with the foundation phase if you have learners that are affected and how many, so that when we engage on the issue of KZN, and we've been to a portfolio committee meeting where it's written 00, we're able to put that into context. If we are asked as members of the committee, what does the 00 really mean? What does it translate to? So how many learners in KZN, as matter stands now, have not received textbooks? We need to be able to have those numbers so that we know how many learners are affected by this situation where the province was unable to purchase or to order top-up textbooks. The second one is, I don't think there has been that affirmation from yourself and the DG on the validity of the information on infrastructure. We understand that there is a criteria you utilize to categorize a school as having a very poor or a poor infrastructure. Our argument is, can you for sure, under oath, confirm that this information you've provided to us is accurate and is valid and is correct? And I'm asking this because Mr. Mafuku says now that you utilize conditional assessment. And the second question I'll ask is, how many provinces have concluded infrastructure conditional assessment? Because there are provinces we've been to which were telling us that they are busy with conditional assessment. And if they are busy with conditional assessment, how sure are you that the information that you've received from the provinces is accurate? Because the problem that appears, that comes to our mind, Minister, is that there is a disconnect from what you report and what we see on the ground. All members of parliament, almost 400 of them, conducted back to school campaigns when we started. And majority of them were sending us pictures and they were speaking to us about infrastructure that is in dire state. And when you look at it, because there are certain instances where you don't need to be a technical expert. There is a school, there is a building that has huge, what do you call these things? What do you call them? There's huge issues in terms of the roof. The roof is coming out. The roof is leaking. The ceiling is gone. So what you are presenting to us and what you present, there's a huge disconnect between what you present and what we see on the ground. And that's why I was asking, can you tell us, can you confirm, can you put your hand up and say, I can confirm to you without any doubt that the information on infrastructure is valid? It's what is exactly on the ground. Because my argument is that it is difficult for us to believe that it is what is on the ground if you're saying to us it's only 10% of the entire school. Out of 22,000 schools, only 10% of the schools are in very poor state in terms of infrastructure. So how many provinces have concluded a conditional assessment that you're speaking about? The last one for me, which is a follow-up, and I'm going to allow other members to ask follow-ups as well. It's on the ECD centers that are privately owned, as you put it correctly, Ms. Gie, because that was the question. The question was about ECD centers, because provinces seemed to be they seem to have some sort of a disconnect on how they intervene when they go to an ECD center and there is an issue of sanitation, for example, or the structure is inadequate, or the structure has problems, and that ECD center is owned by Miss Joy Maimela. So when you say to us, you solely depend on donors to deal with the infrastructure, then you should not say to us that you've got a plan, because majority of these ECDs that have been visited by members of parliament and ourselves, their issues are in infrastructure, either the access to water because they don't have water, a reliable water source, either facilities, kitchen facilities for cooking that are inadequate, either they've got a pit latrine toilets, and that is in your rural villages, in your rural areas. Those are where the CCD centers are. And we ask the provinces, so what is your plan to assist this ECD to ensure that they deal with their sanitation infrastructure? And they say to us, it's privately owned. And if it's privately owned, government cannot build in a privately owned land, especially when it comes to ECDs, because with schools, we understand there is some form of an agreement, a memorandum of agreement between the owner of the land, because that mostly happens in farmland, farm areas where there is a memorandum of agreement between the farm owner and the department on who maintains what and who provides what. But with ECD centers is a different story. And our question was that allocation, we need to have a picture in our mind on exactly where and how are you going to utilize that money to assist these ECD centers with infrastructure challenges, which makes them to be non-compliant in terms of health and safety compliance. So that is where we want to get, because if you are saying to us that is solely depending on donors, then you're going to have to come and bring details to this committee on how many donors have committed and which areas have they committed to assist, which specific ECD centers are they going to assist, so that we have a picture on how we're going to progress in terms of assisting these ECD centers that are currently on a bronze status. Those are my follow-up questions. And the last one, DG, schools that we visited, secondary schools, the challenges are in grade 10 performance. Unless if the department can assist us with sharing the overall grade 10 performance in the 2025 academic year as compared to grade 8, grade 9, and grade 11. So grade 10 performance in all the schools, that even the overperforming schools, even in schools where they receive about 100% or 90% in matric, when you look at the overall performance, grade 10 is slightly lower. And when you ask this, the principals, the response is the same. It's because learners are transitioning to the FET phase, and further that they are choosing streams. So the question is, how do we harness that? How do we harness it? How do we prepare learners to enter the FET phase? As you are saying that, as a department, you've noticed that the transitioning from your grade 7, your primary school, to a secondary school, which is your grade 8, there is challenges in terms of the state of readiness of the learners to actually now start grade 8. We want to know what are the plans to ensure that we also do prepare our learners to transition smoothly from grade 9 to grade 10, so that the performance at grade 10 will actually be consistent. Because what we have seen is that grade 8 performance is okay, grade 9 the performance is okay, but when it comes to grade 10 in all the schools, grade 10 the performance drops. So that is what we have observed where we've been. I'm going to allow follow-up questions if there are follow-up questions, members. I'm noting hands for follow-up questions. Honorable Jordan, you're the only one with a follow-up question. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I didn't hear my question about the auto admission, which we've previously in some of our meetings last year heard is a practice of Gauteng, and whether that is a practice in some other provinces and what the impact is on transport. As we can see in the report here, that 10,000 learners in Gauteng are not being transported to school, which is a concern. So if you would recall, my question was, sometimes a parent would apply for a school, the school is then congested, and the learner is then auto-placed to any school in the province that has space. How does that play out? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jordan. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to allow Ms. Gare to come back in here on the issue of how do we help upgrade privately owned ECDs. But I think it's important perhaps to explain this, that the ECDs, Chair and honorable members, are not automatically meant to be schools. So what do I mean by that? I mean that the sector and us are in partnership. So we are entering a partnership with the ECD sector. That's why even when we are registering them, we're not registering them and saying we're taking them as schools, because the sector is largely informal, as you've indicated, and the sector has only now moved over to the Department of Basic Education. And so previously they would have access to funding through social development to be able to run operations. But this is a partnership. It's not us taking over ECD centers. So the reason why the reason why that becomes important is because it addresses your question that says, but you can't build on private land. But what we're saying to people is, ex-ECD practitioners, we're saying register with us so that we can, one, help you upgrade, help you comply, help you unlock the 24 Rand a day subsidy for the child. And we are doing that in a number of various ways. One, the mass registration was the one strategy that we are using, making sure that we are alerting people that we're not trying to shut you down. If you are auntie who operates, as you say, in the rural area and there's pit toilets, we're not trying to shut you down. We're saying, come and be a partner with us so that we can help you comply, so that you can move up the bronze, silver, and gold status. And that's the model that we are using. We are not taking over ECD centers. We are partnering with the ECD sector. And it's been well received because, as you know, a lot of the ECD sector has actually been largely NGO led. And so part of the difficulty my predecessor had when this function was being moved, the NGO sector was saying, you're trying to take it over. And we've been very consistent to say we are not taking over ECDs, but we are partnering up with practitioners. What Ms. Gare is talking about in terms of donor funding and how we are assisting, there's a number of ways. One, yes, there is donor funding that is coming through projects like Float, where we've got philanthropic organizations that are coming together to assist us to be able to scale up this work. But also, we've recently launched an education outcomes fund, where we essentially went to Treasury and designed a blended financing model that allows government to put up money that will be matched by the private sector. The reason why we're doing all of these different things and they're part of different packages is because, as I indicated, this is not like having 24,000 schools that you own and therefore you must run them. It is about walking the journey with the sector, saying to them, right, we need to help you upgrade with your infrastructure. We need to help upgrade the practitioners at the school at the ECD to have an an NQF4. We need to help you with making sure that the people who do the lesson deliveries, they are well equipped. So it's a different kind of model than that of a school. And so the issue around private land and public intervention or public interference is not what we are going to be dealing with in this particular sector. Then the issue you raise around grade 10, it's an important one, and I'm glad you raise it because even during the announcement of the results, one of the things that I highlighted was that we are concerned about the fact that between grade 1 and grade 9, learners are performing well, they are staying in school, and we don't see a drop off. But there's two inflection points that we and the researchers in the department are looking at this in particular. There's two inflection points that we see in the system. Number one, we see the first inflection point at grade 4 when learners are changing the language of learning and teaching from English, from home language to English, which is why we've got now an intervention of the mother tongue based bilingual education so that it's not a shock to the system. Then the other issue is that if the foundations are weak, Chair, the reality is that those learning losses that you see in the system, they don't get better. And that's why it almost sounds as though we are obsessive when we're saying we want to strengthen the foundations of learning. Because if the foundations are strong, learners later on in grade 10, 11, and 12, they're not going to be struggling. But now the second then inflection point happens between grade 10 and 12. When we're seeing greater grade repetition there, we are seeing poorer maths participation in science. And so those are the things we've committed publicly to say that we know, one, the research team is looking into them. Number two, we will see what interventions and particular support we are going to bring for those for that FET phase. So what you are seeing and what schools are telling you is in fact the same thing that we are seeing. And then with regards to the issue around saying, will you put your head on the block that these are the statistics that are correct? I think I was unequivocal earlier, Chair, about saying the information has been provided to us by HODs and MECs. That's how it's always worked. That's how it continues to work. And so that's why I was quite strong earlier to say provinces have to make sure that the data we receive is verified. And that's why we've even added an extra layer that says HOD, MECs sign off on this data that you give us, because we can only work from a place of trust that says if the MEC and the HOD are both saying this is the correct information, then we have to accept that that's the correct information. On the point that you make, though, about going to visit and verifying this information, it takes longer, of course. So we could not come here today and say to you, yes, we've completed all the verification. It does take longer because essentially if people have to physically go to the provinces and make sure that what provinces are telling us is in fact accurate. So what I can say to you is that the information we've provided here has been sourced directly and as recent as a couple of days ago from the provinces. I don't know if there's any other question that I may have missed. I think Honorable Jordan had asked a question that has now slipped my mind entirely. I apologize, Chair. Was she able to repeat again?
It's placement and transport, including.
Andiva, did you?
Honorable Minister, DG, you want to chair? We can give you that opportunity to chair the meeting. Yes, you want to chair our meeting.
Sorry, Chair. I did forget the question. Sorry.
Honorable Jordan was asking about the admission practice in Gauteng, if it is a countrywide admission practice where if a parent applies for school A, which is closer to where they stay, and the school is now full to capacity, automatically the system takes the learner to the next school that is available. And that in most cases the school far from where the parent stays. And now with Gauteng saying they can't transport more than 10,000 learners, what happens in that situation? Firstly, is it a countrywide practice, the automated system which automatically takes a learner to the next school? And how then does the department address the issue of transport?
Okay, I can answer the first part of that, and then I'm going to ask the DG to come in, Chair. One is provinces determine their own admission requirements. So, as far as I'm aware, it is the Western Cape and Gauteng that have this an online system, but it is within the provinces. So it's not a countrywide thing. It's within the province's ambit to be able to determine how they do their admissions. The DM did explain even some of the timelines, and I think perhaps it might be useful here to add that especially with provinces such as Gauteng, that it becomes extremely difficult to accommodate the needs of all parents. And so one of the things that becomes a priority for the province is to try and make sure that one, a child is placed in school, particularly once we get the 10-day stats, that we want to make sure that a child is placed in school. Of course, there are cases where, as Honorable Jordan is saying, where it means that there's now an issue of transport because the child is not going to a place that's closest to them. But I know that they are trying, and I don't think it's just an automatic relegation to a system. I think that they are trying to obviously see the appeals. I know that the MEC Western Cape was saying that they literally go through each and every appeal and see how best to assist the learner and the parent. But obviously, once you reach to a certain point of capacity, Chair, your then number one priority is to make sure that that child has a school and that they can get going as soon as possible. So I don't know, DG, if there's anything else I've missed in explaining this.
Yeah, Minister. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, I forgot. I thought the Minister is just close to me, and then I could assist, reminding the Minister about my the question that was asked. My profuse apologies. Minister is right. There's no online application throughout the country. You could imagine what would happen in areas that are vast, rural, and do not have access to such facilities. For now, it happens mainly in Gauteng. Some provinces have tried to pilot for one grade or so, like the Western Cape, but it's not prevalent throughout the whole country. How it links to transport, of course, it places a huge burden on parents if your child is not placed within the proximity where the child could walk to school. It places a burden of transport expenses to parents. But as the Minister said, Gauteng has got a peculiar situation of demand in terms of admission and placement. And the other issue, Minister, which I think I must say, thank you, Chair, for clarifying the issue of with regard to textbook, how many learners are affected. We'll source that data from KZN and make it available to you, including for the foundation phase. And maybe the last issue that the Minister addressed, I think there's an issue of progression which the Minister has extensively dealt with between grade 10 and grade 12. But I thought our earlier discussion was around curriculum provisioning and assessment. If it's about curriculum provisioning and assessment, the grade that is showing red, which we can even share with the portfolio committee, is grade 8, to some extent grade 9. But in terms of when learners are getting lost, is grade 10 and grade 12. But in terms of the distress of receiving teaching and being able to demonstrate how much you know, it's grade 8, to some extent grade 9. And what is our plan? Our plan is to scaffold assessment from primary school. You ask any high school teacher or any high school secretary, they tell you that, look, there's a need that you do something. Ever since you got rid of the annual national assessment, the standard of assessment from primary schools is very low. And learners, when they get to high school, battle to cope with the assessment of high school. And that's why we are now saying for the past 3 years, the subject advisors for primary schools, for senior phase in particular, must work together with subject advisors of high school, the FET, which is grade 10, 11, and 12, to scaffold, to make sure that more or less the standard is kept from the last phase of the primary school, which is particularly grade 7, as part of the senior phase, which is grade 8 and 9, which is in high school, so that you are able to maintain a smooth flow from the primary school to high school, but it would also help to get them ready for the FET when they get to grade 10, because subject choices are made in grade 10. So that's what we are trying to do. In other words, we are addressing two things. The other issue is to keep the learners within the system so that they are not getting lost, which is what the minister has extensively explained. But on the one hand, to maintain a smooth progression in teaching and learning and moving from one grade to the other, from grade 7 up to grade 9 and going to grade 10. And our plan is scaffolding, which is what teachers are trained to do. Any teacher knows how to scaffold so that you maintain a smooth progression up to that level. Minister, I've tried to add to what you have responded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I see an iPhone here, and I thought, Minister, you were going to call Mrs. Gear, but if you thought you've adequately responded to the ECD intervention and iPhone, I don't know who is iPhone.
It's Honorable Spectrum Kiza, Chair.
How? Mkiza, we've got an apology. I don't know what you want to bring, a follow-up, because we are on follow-ups.
I'm building on the case Honorable Jordan asserted, because that's what I'm dealing with right now.
Yeah, but if it's a specific matter, Honorable Mkize, please submit that in writing. And I'm saying this because
it's not separate from what
Honorable
Jordan is
Mkize,
saying.
no, Honorable Mkize, I'm saying this because we had an engagement as members of the committee, and we've agreed on an approach to this meeting. And I'm not granting you on the basis that that will not be in line with our approach. So if it's a specific matter, Honorable Mkize, please do submit it to Mr. Brown. Then Mr. Brown will submit it to the department and they will intervene in that regard.
It's a contribution, Chair, to the point made by Honorable Jordan.
We don't have that in our agreement. We have follow-up questions. That's why the people whose questions were not responded to, they were following up. So there is no building on, there is no
Can I do a follow-up then, Chair?
On which question now? Because you did not ask question. Is there a question of yours that was not responded to?
On the question asked by Honorable Jordan.
Honorable Jordan, were you not responded to?
She was, but I was not satisfied, Chair.
No, Honorable Mkize, no. We're not going to allow this contribution, unfortunately. And we will not allow it because that 30 minutes we've spent as a committee, it was meant for us to avoid this kind of situation. And if we don't maintain or stick with what we've agreed on, then there is no need for us to agree on approach. So please submit it in writing. Honorable Minister and the Honorable DM and DG and the team, we want to thank you for the opportunity to engage with us on the state of school readiness. I thought Mr. Mafuku will respond on how many provinces have completed the conditional assessment. If you are not in a position to respond to that, please do respond to it when you give us comprehensive written responses, because that will give us an idea if what is on paper now in terms of the state of the school infrastructure, if it does reflect the reality on the ground. It's important for us as members of the committee to know what is the real reality on the ground, because we directly represent people who've elected us as different political parties. When we do constituency work and when we engage with people, when we give them this information that we receive from you, because we also depend on information we receive from the department. Now, if the information, if you can't say to us, look, what we give you, we can confirm with you that it's accurate, then it's a problem for us as well. Because when members on the ground tell us that, but what you are telling us is not reality, we don't know how to then respond as members of parliament. So it is important that you respond to us on that one, on how many provinces have concluded the conditional assessment, so that we know on which information, this information on infrastructure specifically, if it's accurate. The last one, I think, and this will come as we engage as a committee alone, we need to have a special engagement on the ECD. I know we've had it last year, because when we left that engagement, we asked the department, what is your model of the ECD delivery? And we're asking this deliberately because the emphasis of the president is that we want to make sure that we increase access to early childhood learning by many of our children. We believe we need to strengthen foundational learning because it is critical for the academic grasp and performance of our children in the later years. If the government says we are going to do this, because that is a function, that this is a declaration of government, and if they say we are going to do this in partnership with the NGOs, then there need to be clear role description as to who does what. We're asking this because when we visit ECD centers, ECD practitioners or ECD owners look at us and say, we are not getting help in this specific area, which is infrastructure. And then we ask questions, and then these are the responses we get. It's privately owned. So even if it's a partnership, that's what I'm saying, we need to have that session where you really, really explain to us your model of the ECD delivery, the model that you are utilizing to achieve the focus areas and the vision that the president has shared with all of us on increasing access and ensuring that you strengthen foundational learning, that all children, despite their background, have access to foundational learning with that partnership model. So let's understand the model correctly, because what we also get as responses from provinces, there seems to be a disjuncture between what you as the department and head office understand and what the provinces understand to be their role. Further, the role of local government as well, which in terms of the constitution, local government has a role to play in terms of ECD. It's one of a scheduled function of local government. So as a result, I think we need to have that discussion comprehensively. Maybe we will then have that session where we have this discussion comprehensively, where we just spend time on discussing these models, this different model, and who does what in this model, so that we know exactly who do we go to, and when the things are not going right, in which area, So with that said, we thank you, and please do submit to us the outstanding responses, and we are going to release you so that we can deal with outstanding agenda item issues that pertain to the portfolio committee alone. So thank you very much, Minister DM. Till we see each other again next week, I think we hope we can see each other physically, because perhaps that will assist Honorable Mkhize. Thank you very much, and you are excused, Minister DM and the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members.
Mr. Brown, I know that we have, is it 2 sets of minutes? Okay, we're
Chair,
starting with the report.
yeah, it's one report and 1 set of minutes.
Okay. Honorable members, this is our report. I've received this report some time ago. Okay. This is our report on our attendance of the NSC 2025 NSC results release. I'm hoping that members went through this report because it was shared with us some time ago. And I want to check if there is areas of corrections, areas of amendments that members want to make. Members, are there any amendments, any corrections that we want to make on the report? Okay, can we then, adopt the report? Any hands that want to adopt the report as it is? Okay, honorable members, are we not adopting the report? Is there anything wrong with the report? Okay, Mr. Brown, if we are not adopting the report, let's move to the minutes. These are minutes of which meeting? Mr. Brown, these are minutes of the meeting of the 9th of December. Or the
2nd of
2nd
December.
of December. The last meeting we had, where we were receiving a briefing of on the status, okay. I don't know if members still remember the discussions of this meeting, but anyway. There are the minutes, my honorable members. Anyone who wants to amend or correct the minutes? Honorable members, these are the minutes of the last meeting. Any amendments, any corrections? If there are no amendments and there are no corrections, can we then move for the adoption of the minutes? Mr. Brown, we are seemingly not adopting these minutes as well. Can we move to the next item, which is the program?
Chair, sorry, Chair.
Honorable Low.
My network was a bit problematic and I couldn't have been trying, so that I've been coming in and out. I would wanted to. I would have captured you as we said would have had our minutes previously. One because one would have went through the minutes as a true reflection of the meeting of the 2nd of December 2025. I wish to move for the adoption of the minutes.
Noted. Move second.
And thank you very much, Chair. I second the adoption of the minute.
Chair. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mam Kaba. The minutes are duly adopted. Honorable Law. Mr. Brown, in the meantime, please flight the program.
I was saying, Chair, because there was also a report that was adopted, the NSC report. Because one would have went through the report as a due reflection, I would wish to move for the adoption of the report, Chair.
Okay, the report, Honorable Law is moving for the adoption of the report. Any seconder?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I second the move of the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brown, can we flight the program? Members, the program has been shared with us. I want to check if there are any amendments that members want us to make on the program for the term. Is there any proposed amendment on the program of the term? The two proposed amendments that we have made, that I have proposed earlier when we met, was one on adding one Friday, Mr. Brown, one Friday, end of Feb, to meet with GP and WCD for the update report on admissions. So that is one, end of Feb. And end of March, to meet with DBE and Limpopo PED for an update, a progress update on our observations of oversight. So please check, Mr. Brown, because we do have mini plenaries on Fridays usually. So kindly check the schedule, the programming of Parliament, and let us try to fit those two meetings. What we can also try to do, the meeting of the 24th of February, we can rather replace Northwest with the Western Cape so that we don't have to use a Friday. We can replace Northwest with the Western Cape and add there or maybe reduce the focus areas so that we add update on admission. So we can reduce the issue of bullying incidences and anti-bullying policies and just add update on admission. And then we can then see how do we deal with, or we can add it as part of the presentation is fine. They can add that as part of the presentation. I think that will assist us not to have to utilize a Friday instead. Any other proposed amendment? Honorable Jordan, you were the one that was specifically concerned about the program that we had not adopted it. Any amendment you wanted to propose? Okay, if there are no any other amendments, Mr. Brown, then the program stands adopted because we had provisionally adopted the program. We had said that we'll come back to the committee for them to ratify if there are other amendments that need to be done. Mr. Brown?
Chairperson, if you will allow me just one point which I needed to just I think I discussed it with you the other day, that this meeting which is scheduled for Tuesday the 10th, which is next Tuesday, that this meeting will have to be fall off the program, and we will then reschedule after we have engaged with higher education. Reason being, Chair, on the 10th, there is also in a members training that has now been scheduled, and we will not be allowed to meet on Tuesday the 10th, which is next Tuesday, and that we will then engage with higher education on another date, but it will still be within this term. That is the only change that I wanted to request that we effect.
Okay, that's noted, Mr. Brown. That's fine. Okay. So you'll advise then on the end of March date.
Yes, Chairperson, we'll look at it. We'll also look at the parliamentary program in respect of possible plenaries or mini plenaries. But we'll look for the last Friday in March.
Okay, no problem. Honorable Low?
Thank you very much. I would have been centered in the program since from yesterday, and maybe out to progress sake, because it has been well aligned as per how we've been running. I would want to move for readoption of the program if we are all content, because I think it will assist us, because it will also assist the meeting to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Low. I think the program is in order, Mr. Brown. That's after you effect the end of March, and then we can then resubmit the program to the House Chairperson. Honorable members, with that said, thank you very much for your time and for a constructive meeting. Till next time, the meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.